There's no control over what your quorum is. So we've had situations where boards have met without a quorum, and just going forward, you may have local rules, you may follow Roberts and all those things, but from an FOI standpoint, you meet without a quorum, the only thing we would say is make sure you've noticed it properly and make sure there's minutes that reflect what happened. That's all. That's only FOI. You put other rules to follow. Charter.
Well, we wouldn't be starting a meeting, we just educational workshop for now.
Sure.
Right,
Okay, I'm not gonna call it to order.
right. But do we want a recording? Is Patrick giving us that?
Yeah.
So this is just, should we just sit casually at the table then?
I see a few familiar faces. Been here before. We always welcome the opportunity to come out and talk to you, answer your questions. Let's keep it free-flowing. I guess I've got about an hour to be with you, maybe a little less. The idea behind these workshops is not to beat you up. It's not to make you miserable. It's to try to help, to try to give you some answers to questions you may have, to try to give you some tools to work with so that if you've got any situations that involve freedom of information, you feel better equipped to handle them. This law can be complicated, sometimes confusing. I should tell you, some of you know this, I'm not an attorney. Is that good news or bad news? How do you feel about that? The reason I share that is that none of this is binding. It's not an order, it's not a command. It's just based on, I'm in my 23rd year at the FOI Commission. I've been doing these for a long time. What I've heard our attorneys say, what I've seen our commission do, read the decisions, just have a sense as to what goes on. The other thing too is, a lot of times when I do these sessions, especially at night, people say that I don't get it, I don't understand, because you're volunteers, right? You don't make a lot of extra money doing this. You're doing it for the good of the community. Well, just so you know, I understand that too. I was on one board in my town for
Recording
10
in
years.
progress.
That's okay. For 10 years. I chaired it for 5. I was a member of our Board of Selectmen, filling out an unexpired term for a couple of years, so I get it. I know what it's like to be sitting up there, and you think you're doing something good, and then something like FOI pops up, and it's not what you signed up for. So the goal here for me talking to you would be just to make you feel more comfortable so that if you run into a situation involving freedom of information, you're better equipped to handle it. It is the law in the state of Connecticut, which is why, we have to talk about it. It's a law that's going on 48 years old, and it was the brainchild of Ella Grasso when she ran for governor for the first time. If you do the math, 48 years ago puts us right smack in the middle of Watergate. You had a country that was in turmoil, a country that was beside itself with troubles, many of which were based on things being done in secret, things being done behind closed doors. And Ella was in Congress when Watergate kind of exploded all around us. And she was watching all this go on and contemplating the run for governor at the same time, and she said, if I run and win, one of the first things we're going to do is create some sort of an open government law, so that what I'm watching happen here in Washington does not happen in my state. So that she ran and won, and that literally is one of the first things she did. She put forward the concept of this open government law, and she said, this is really important stuff, and in fact, it's so important, I will see to it that this law is approved unanimously by the legislature. Have you ever watched the legislature, right? Can you imagine guaranteeing a unanimous vote on that law or on anything? Well, I'm here to tell you that I've seen a video. There wasn't a single no vote in the House, not a single no vote in the Senate. This law was unanimously passed by our legislature. Now, it's interesting. It shows you how important it was then, how important it remains today. Transparency is one of the keys to democracy working. But it also gives you insight as to why I have a job, because to get to the point where everybody voted yes, can you imagine the conversations? Can you imagine the negotiation? Yeah. If you tried to get something passed unanimously that was a little bit controversial, how much conversation would you have to have? An arm twisting, well, I like this. So the law is based on what I would think we would call a pretty easy, simple concept. This is a quote that I like to share with people. James Madison, in the mid-1700s, said, "A popular government without popular information and the means of acquiring it is but a prologue to a farce or a tragedy, or perhaps both. A People who mean to be their own governor must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives. For democracy to work, public agencies need to be transparent. Well, that's easy enough, but have any of you tried to read it, or even like one paragraph of it to try to figure it out? Your eyes will roll to the back of your head, especially if you're not legally trained, because you've got a lot of wherefores and whereases, and you're thinking, wait a minute, my intuition says this, but the law seems to say that. That's because to get to the point where everybody voted yes, they based it on that concept that I just sort of read to you from James Madison, but then they left a tremendous amount open to interpretation. And the interpretation has to be made by those of us who are on the front lines. So you'll be faced with a situation, maybe even later tonight, where you say, gee, should we be in executive session? I'm not sure. So you need to know the reasons for executive session and how to get there so that you're not flummoxed, so that the business that you're trying to accomplish for the good of the town of Groton doesn't get ground to a halt. And that's why we have these conversations. Because inherently, most boards and commissions want to do the right thing. They just need to have a little guidance as to what that might be. So the Freedom of Information Act is about two basic things. It's about access to public meetings and access to public records. I'm going to spend most of the time I have with you tonight on the meetings provisions, because I think that would be where your interest is. I'll touch the records part in brief, but if I don't touch on something that you're interested in, please stop, raise your hand, ask, scream out a question. I want you to feel better about the whole thing by the time we're done. When we talk about a meeting, here's the definition of a meeting in the Freedom of Information Act. Meeting means any hearing or other proceeding of a public agency, any convening or assembly of a quorum of a multi-member public agency, and any communication by or to a quorum of a multi-member public agency, whether in person or by means of electronic equipment, to discuss or act upon a matter over which the public agency has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. In short, anytime you gather to do your work and there's a quorum, you should consider it a meeting. Meaning it should be properly noticed, that it's open to the public, and that there are minutes of that meeting when the meeting is done. It took a call a while ago from someone who said, look, we've worked really hard on this presentation. We're going to make, I think it was a budget situation, so this board was going to go to the Board of Finance to make a presentation. Is it okay if we get together before, just for a little informal, just to go over everything without noticing a meeting? I said, will there be a quorum present? She said, yes. I said, no, it's not. I mean, that may be the way you do it in the private sector, I get it, but the law says that you've got to do your work in public. Then people say, look, we're going to form a committee. The quorum of our board is 8, let's say, and we're going to form a committee of 4, and that way that committee can do a lot of work and not have to follow freedom of information. Wrong answer. When you read the definition of a public agency, which is what this law applies to, there's a phrase in there that says including any committee of or created by. So let's see, there's 9 of you typically. You're saying, oh good, we'll form a subcommittee of 4, and then, well, that becomes a new public agency. You form that subcommittee, it becomes a new public agency that needs to follow the same rules. The law gives us several kinds of meetings to work with. They give us a regular meeting, a special meeting, and an emergency meeting. Regular meeting is a meeting that you have per schedule that you submit to the clerk by the end of January of every year that says we meet on the 1st and 3rd Tuesday, the 2nd and 4th Wednesday, 7 o'clock annex, 6 o'clock library, whatever that is, that becomes your regular meeting time. Then there, at a time when you are not supposed to meet, you're not scheduled to meet, and you have to, or you, like, let's suppose you didn't get a quorum and you wanted it, so then it becomes a special meeting because you're not meeting at your regular place, date, and time. A lot of people see the word special and they get all worked up. They say, we can't do this, we can't do, you can do anything you need to do at a special meeting. Here's the key. It must be articulated on the agenda. Prepare an agenda, I don't know about you, if you're ever tasked with that, we cut and paste. We have items like other business, old business, new business. Got to be honest, they're not the best agenda items. The courts have come down hard on that recently. They want you to fairly apprise the public as to what's going to happen at the meeting. So if you think about something like other business, that's pretty vague, that's pretty nebulous. So, but at least at a regular meeting, you can use that because you can say, okay, folks, is there any other business? And you can say, yes, I'd like to raise this issue, it's not on the agenda, you make a motion, you second it, and if 2/3 of you agree to vote to add it to the agenda, you can talk about it. But at a special meeting, you can't. So if it's a special meeting, you can only talk about what's on that agenda. If you prepare a special meeting agenda, if any of you are responsible for that, put down everything you think you can talk about. It's all right to take it off, but you can't add anything. So you can't say, is there any other business, if there's nothing articulated underneath, because that would be improper. I know there's some boards, they like to.
That was me, sorry.
No, okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. I'm looking for invaders or something. Some folks, like to have that, sort of that fallback other business, and I get it, but it doesn't work at a special meeting. So you want to just be aware of, let's suppose somebody comes during public comment, this comes up a lot, and starts talking about something at a special meeting, and it's not on the agenda, it's clearly not on the agenda. Well, we want to be polite on the one hand, but you don't want to break the law on the other. So you say, look, thank you for bringing that up. We can't talk about it. We can't engage on that because it's not on our agenda, and we can't add it because it's a special meeting. We'll be happy to talk about it next time, or we'll talk about adding it next time. Yes?
So just to clarify.
One second. Councilor Bordelon, 1 second. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:47. Those present are Councilor Franco, Jones, Melendez, McBride, Bordelon, and Kasiri. Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor.
So a special meeting
Yep.
is when that comments, but under other meetings, that does not apply.
Public comment?
Correct.
If you can hear it, if it's not on the agenda, and you want to talk about it, you should vote to add it to the agenda.
So,
Something comes up tonight that's not on your agenda, this is a regular meeting.
right, but if a person comes in and so like, let's just say, for example, a hot button issue in our town has been Branford Manor and mold, and it happens to be on our agenda, and the person comes up and says, 135 Mather Ave, Branford Manor, my name is Susan Smith, and they speak, and then when I first joined the council, we used to have response to citizens petitions, and we used to allow it. The city still does it, in fact, in the city of Groton, they still respond. And then it was this whole thing in the last 2 years that we decided to change it. But if that person comes up and it's on the agenda, Branford Manor, Susan Smith, 135 Mather Ave, and she wants to speak about the mold or anything that says about Branford Manor, when it comes to response to citizens petitions, the council then can say, yes, Susan Smith, we heard your concerns. I wrote everything down. Thank you for reaching out to me. Or go a little further into the Branford Manor. But on other meetings, we are being told that we can't even thank them for coming and ask clarifying questions now. We basically have to get it all stopped. So I just think that that's been a huge problem here in this town is
That's a local decision.
Yeah.
That becomes a local decision.
Yeah.
I can only tell you what the law says you're allowed to do.
So we are allowed to respond because I was at the state level. They had a meeting about having public access at the beginning of every meeting, having public comment. And another woman that was there that does FOI, her interpretation, I think former Councilor Baumgartner, now State Rep Baumgartner, asked a question about, response to citizens petitions, and she thought it was a little strange that we're not able to respond if it is on the agenda, and if you just want to thank them
And
for coming.
I will tell you this, there are different sets of rules, laws that municipalities and agencies set. That's a
We
local
don't
decision.
John Burt, we don't have any laws on that, is that correct?
It doesn't a law, it could be a policy.
No.
it could be-
It's the town council rules that they've
Yeah.
adopted.
It's not in
yeah.
our rules.
And if that's what you decide to do, that's perfectly okay.
It's currently
too.
not in our rules, though. We were told at this meeting that it was because of FOI reasons, so that's why I want to clarify.
Okay,
It's
no,
not
well-
currently in our rules, so it's not FOI.
Yeah.
And it's not, so technically, we're
We
in
didn't
privy
say
to
that,
such.
I don't remember anybody saying that the responses, you just can't go into depth. There was
He just stated as
Council
long as it's
decision
on the
making.
agenda, we can.
what's that?
He said if it's on the agenda,
Under freedom of information,
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
on the agenda.
We can speak to
You
it.
don't
Well,
have to add it.
But the topic, but if someone just brings something up, you can't just start fully discussing it. It's
No,
simple questions.
You'd have to vote, you'd have to
But you
stop.
could-
Yeah, you'd have to-
you
you'd
could
have to
ask
stop and
clarifying
vote to
questions.
Add it to the
Right.
agenda.
right, but you
by
could
a
ask
two-thirds
clarifying
vote.
questions to the speaker, like, what road was that again? I just want to make sure my notes are correct, and thank you for coming.
Again, that's-
And how long has this been going on?
That's up-
Clarifying questions,
That's
right.
up to you.
So, but
Can
originally.
I'm gonna move along.
Yeah,
'cause
but
don't
I just
have
want to
a
make sure,
lot of
because
time.
originally
Okay.
what was stated to us is that it was
I'd
FOI
I'd like to move along.
if it
Okay.
was on the agenda, so I just want that clear. Thank you.
Okay.
So we can respond. Thank you.
All right.
If
So that's
Mayor,
it.
if it's on the agenda, Right. It's not been
It's
on the
that becomes, I want to make it clear, that becomes a decision that you all get to make.
There's no rule currently, so.
That's a decision you all get to make. Okay. The third kind of meeting, the emergency meeting, is a meeting that I strongly recommend boards and commissions do not use. Emergency meeting is a meeting that's not noticed. And folks get into trouble because in their minds, they think something's an emergency, but it doesn't necessarily rise to that level in the eyes of the law. My favorite example of that is, we have some holidays in Connecticut that some towns are open, some towns are closed. Inevitably, after one of those, I'll get a call the next morning, and someone will say, look, I know you told me the agenda had to be available at least 24 hours in advance. And that, by the way, is hard stop. Agenda must be available 24 hours in advance. It needs to be in the office of the clerk. It needs to be in your office if you have one. So the agenda is available 24 hours of it, and then she says, I always bring it in 24 hours, but I forgot town hall was closed yesterday. It was one of those holidays just slipped by. So I brought it in this morning. Is that okay? And the answer is no. Yeah, I kind of gave the answer away. If it's not 24 hours, it's not proper. Then she says, okay, we've got too much to do tonight, so I'm going to call tonight an emergency meeting. And folks, oops, I forgot, it's not an emergency. In our minds, it may feel like it, but it's not. My strongest advice is that that bar for what constitutes an emergency is really high. If something like that should happen, wait 24 hours at least, notice the meeting, have it as a special meeting, and move on. I've seen boards get dinged, some to the point of having a whole budgetary decision overturned because they thought it was an emergency and it really wasn't. So just let that just sort of sink in and understand that, what's a true emergency. I remember when I was on the Board of Education, we had a situation, it was maybe about 10 winters ago. It seemed like we got 5 feet of snow every 30 seconds, just snowing and snowing. And one morning we looked up and we had snow on one of the roofs of the school, and we said, uh-oh, one of those flat roofs, the way they used to design the school. So we had to meet that morning, reallocate funds, and get some professionals up there to get that snow off the roof, and else we had a real disaster on our hands. We couldn't wait 24 hours. That's the kind of thing that you want to think about. If you ever have that kind of situation, I hope you never do. If you do, you meet, and within 72 hours, you create minutes that reflect what the emergency was, who was there, and what you did about it. Just another word of advice there, stick to the one topic. There's a tendency, once we're together, well, gee, as long as we're all here, let's talk about some budget stuff or something else. Don't do it. Stick to the emergency topic and move on, and if you ever have that, you'll be fine.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
So if there's new documents added to an agenda item, so sometimes we've shown up, items are sitting here, or the agenda's been updated less than 24 hours with some new information on there, how do you proceed with
If
that?
the basic agenda is accurate, that's not a problem. Remember that your meetings are open to the public. Anybody can attend. Anybody can audio or videotape meetings. That was, put in the law a long time ago. It's not as much of a problem anymore. But this, goes to what we were just talking about before. Nothing in the FOIA Act guarantees anybody the right to speak at a public meeting. Public speaking is entirely in the hands of the board. How long people are allowed to speak, what they're allowed to speak about. If you suddenly say, you know what, no comments from citizens tonight. I mean, there may be political blowback, there may be a policy problem, there may be a charter problem, but freedom of information is only guaranteeing you people access to the meeting, not the right to speak. And that speaks to the idea of how you interact with, the people who bring things up. There are some people who, some boards, they absolutely have no conversation with people in the audience when they bring things up at all. That's entirely a local decision. That's the point I was trying to make before.
Is that the bill that they were working on, talking about every meeting should have public comment?
That bill probably addresses the fact that it's not included in the act, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
There are two paths boards and commissions can use to exclude the public. If I say executive session, I suspect all of you have been around long enough to know what I mean. Remember, folks, that an executive session is a portion of a publicly noticed open meeting. It's not something that sits on an island by itself. So even if you're in a situation where it's a meeting and the only item is an executive session item, You still need to notice it. You still need to convene in public. Someone then makes a motion to go into executive session. Someone seconds it. You need a 2/3 vote to go in. You go in, you discuss whatever it is you're going to discuss. Key point here, remember that you cannot take action behind closed doors. So you're in an executive session, you must come out of that executive session to vote. There's no time limit on how long you can stay in, but you stick to that one topic, you have the conversation, and then you come out to vote. 5 reasons for executive session. Personnel matter, pending claims or pending litigation, a security matter, a land transaction, conversation about a document or documents that you believe are exempt from disclosure. Number 1, the personnel executive session. First of all, if you're preparing an agenda, executive session personnel doesn't cut it. You need more than that. Executive session, discussion of the performance of a public works employee, discussion of the performance of the police chief, discussion of the performance of a teacher. You don't necessarily have to name the individual, but you need to have more than just personnel matter. Then what's critical is that you need to inform the individual that he or she is going to be talked about in an executive session. That person has, it's not written anywhere how far in advance. I would say at least 24 hours, because that's when the agenda is due. Person then has the right to come forward and say, no, I don't want an executive session on that. I want that to be discussed in a public forum so that everybody can hear what you're going to say. And if the person insists on that, you cannot go into executive session. That is the person's right. Where people get hung up on the personnel executive session, if you will, is that they think that they then have a right, they can waive that, but that they then have a right to demand to be in the executive session with you. And that's not the case. Once they waive that right to an open airing, it's up to you whether or not you invite the person in. Now, many, many times, boards invite the individual in to hear his or her side of the story, to use them for expertise, to hear testimony, but it's never required. It's entirely in your hands whether or not you bring anybody into an executive session. The executive session for pending claims and pending litigation is pretty much what it sounds like. There's a lawsuit, there's an FOI complaint, there's something, and you want to talk about your strategy, how you're going to handle it. You can have that conversation behind closed doors. You wouldn't have to reveal how you're going to deal with that legal situation.
I had a quick question. In the past, we've had executive sessions about law item, and since we can't take notes, because it's executive session.
You can take notes.
We can take notes.
You can take notes, but here's what you need to remember. Those notes become defined as a public record. The reason you're told not to take them is that they're a public record. Now, I would say 99 times out of 100, someone asks for them, there's an exemption in the Act for personal notes, you probably wouldn't have to give them out.
Okay, because we've been told in the past that we were not allowed since I've been up here.
That's to protect you.
Because my concern is as a council that's been up here for a little while, you have nothing to reference if something's changed. So as a counselor, if I'm going to be voting on something when we come out of the executive session, and sometimes we go in executive session for an item, but then we do not come back to that item for many months later, sometimes years. And there needs to be some type of record keeping. So is that something the town manager should be keeping tally of? There should be some way.
That's a local decision.
Okay,
That's
so we
not-
can just make our own notes.
That's-
I will do that in the next one.
Again.
Thank you.
There is an exemption in the FOI Act for personal notes. So unless your notes become the foundation for a permanent record,
Yeah.
for a decision, a report, there's a good chance that if anybody asks for them, you're taking notes right now. Technically, you're creating a public record, but 99 times out of 100, they're not anything that would fall under.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
What's your view on electronic devices, laptops and phones in executive session or just in general?
You want to be really careful. That's a great question, to the extent to which you use them at a public meeting, because it could appear as if you're having conversations with others secretly. My advice when I was chairing my board was to put the damn phones away. Now, it's different now. You have laptops. I suspect you have material on them. Sometimes the material is sent to you electronically, and you're following a report there because we don't do as much paper anymore. But you want to make it as clear as possible that you're not having conversations, because that could lead to a problem.
So if
In an executive session, if that's how you're taking your notes, again, you're creating a more permanent record. I would say there's a, as opposed to, my chicken scratches in an executive session, you're raising the possibility that the exemption might not apply, because the notes might be more formal.
So if somebody is doing that in a meeting, you could call that and say, that's
Say,
a
you know,
viable thing.
it-
And you
yeah.
could say, I want to see what those notes are.
Yeah.
So you should.
And again,
just generally not do it.
many times they would be exempt because of your own personal notes, but you are playing with fire a little bit once you move from the scribbles to the, typing them out.
Can I just follow up on
Yeah.
that? So if we're having a meeting,
Yeah.
such as right now, and somebody is receiving communications from somebody outside the meeting.
That's bad. That's bad. That shouldn't
And then
happen.
they are typing back, or they're texting,
Yeah.
or they're on their electronic devices communicating with somebody during the meeting.
We had a case out of Watertown, not all that long ago, where the person who spotted that was not a friend of the council or the board, it might have been planning and zoning, and demanded to see whatever the board member was, and it was indeed a conversation between the board member and somebody in the audience about how they didn't like the plan that was before them or something like that. That, and created problems, FOI violation, they had to, they had to produce it, they refused to produce it, we ordered them produced. It looked like there might have been a meeting within a meeting. That's, to your point and your follow-up, that's what you want to avoid. That becomes a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And with that as well, so I use my laptop because our agenda packets sometimes change electronically from the time that they're mailed out. So that's one issue. Also, there's no way, like tonight, we have a public hearing on something that we had a couple weeks ago, and I have my notes from the previous week. So, other towns have gone completely digital. Some counselors are issued laptops, so I'm just interested to see.
That, you just want to make it clear that you're not,
Yeah.
playing solitaire, or that's an optics thing. But you want to make it clear that you're not having a conversation with Council Franco about what you're listening to.
All right, I mean, that could be preconceived by anything. Also, the phone, is also, there's notes on here, emails, so like sometimes I also surf, fact check things.
Yeah, I would be, again, I would be careful the extent to which you were
There's nothing to trace.
doing that sort of thing, because, if someone wants to see it, what was she typing during the, and then you might have an issue.
Even if you're just surfing the information like about GodSpace or any edge in the lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
I think.
Submit
I
that
think you
then?
might- I think you might want to wait, and do that after the meeting, maybe.
I'm just interested because other towns do strictly
Well,
electronic.
that, again, what I'm telling you is what the law says might have. Remember, this law is 48 years old, and it doesn't address, it never envisioned the degree to which we use our phones and laptops and things like that. It was written for paper records, but until that's amended, changed, then that's where you need to.
So if I'm just searching on the town website at the other agendas and the other ones just reviewing them, basically
Again,
fact checking, then that's fine.
It's not a problem. It's the communicative part that you really want to be careful of. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So this kind of leads into a couple of the questions that I had. So text messages, those conversations, they are FOIable if you're in a meeting, or if you're in an executive session, they are?
I would not have text exchange in an exexecutive session.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's
right,
fine.
I would not.
How
But
long-
if you're in a meeting, and you're texting somebody, that's what they were asking about that I would avoid. I would avoid that at all costs. Because if the optics alone, you could be having a conversation with somebody, you could be talking to your wife about making sure you pick up milk on the way home. On the other hand, you could be having a conversation about how you're going to vote on something, and that's not a,
Are we required to keep them, I mean, since
retention.
it's our personal devices, is there a rule for
Okay,
retention?
let me jump ahead for a second, because I know where this is going. Remember that anytime you create a record in the conduct of Groton business, it becomes defined as a public record. It doesn't matter whether it's your phone, the town's phone, your laptop, city, whatever. It doesn't mean that somebody's going to come and grab your phone. What it means is that you'd be responsible for producing, I want to see any and all emails that he wrote about topic A. You'd have to produce them under the law. If you're asking about how long to keep them, there's an entirely different set of retention records, have nothing to do with what I'm talking about tonight, that tell you how long to save what. What emails fall under this, what you can delete at will. It's a whole different set of rules. If you happen to have deleted it, whether correctly or incorrectly, and someone wants to see it, freedom of information is not in play, because the FOIA Act does not require you to create a record that you don't have.
So that kind of washes itself out then, really. There's really no rule. I mean, it almost,
What do you mean washes itself out?
so if a person just deletes their email, your text
Well, then they have a
messages-
problem with it. Someone files a retention issue with them. Then they've got a whole different problem with a different set of laws.
Where is that information on the retention?
Yeah.
You talk to Betsy about that. She
Okay.
has all the retention schedules. She'll tell you what to save and how long to save it.
Okay.
Okay? Yep. And again, I'm not punting on that. That's just not in our law. That's an entirely different set of laws.
I understand, that's
Yep.
fine, thank
And
you.
Yep.
is that, like electronic thing just for counselors, or is it anybody that's part of our meeting as far as like town manager and clerk?
What do you mean?
The text messaging law, like will allow her in a meeting.
If it's somebody, you mean,
The town manager is texting the police chief, like in one of our meetings in budget, and he said, oh, he
Ask a
just,
question. at the
yeah,
end of the
he
thing.
wasn't on the agenda.
yeah, I mean, ultimately, I suppose if someone wanted to see that, yeah.
Yeah, that's
That would
maybe
be
a
subject to
violation.
because he's conducting town business too.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he should
It's
be,
not a violation, but I would have to produce it.
Right.
right, but you're always
Yeah.
texting, so, okay.
Yeah. So, back to executive session. Where was I? Number 3, a security matter. That's one that never used to come up very much, but unfortunately, since Sandy Hook happened in 2012, it's come up a lot. It starts with boards of education, then boards of finance, police commissions. The idea there would be that you could have that conversation behind closed doors. You wouldn't want the people you're trying to keep out to know what steps you're going to take to try to keep them out. Another one that's come up even more recently is cybersecurity. I don't know if you saw it, a couple months ago now, Plainfield got whacked. Their whole infrastructure got taken down. And they had to have a series of meetings to figure out, first of all, how it happened and then what they would do to prevent it. If you think about it logically, why have that meeting in a public forum when the hacker could be sitting in the audience? So they could go behind closed doors to talk about remedies to make sure it didn't happen again. Executive session for a real estate transaction is pretty obvious too. Let's suppose you're going to lease a piece of property or sell a piece of property or buy a piece of property. You wouldn't have to do that negotiation in public. Obviously, you'd come out to vote, the public would know what the result was, but you wouldn't have to actually negotiate it, put your numbers out there so that someone else could undercut or overbid just to get the property. The 5th one is a little broader. It allows for the conversation of a document or documents that you believe are exempt from disclosure. Does your board ever deal with bids? Do you ever put a project out to bid? Well, there's an exemption in the FOIA Act that says you're allowed to withhold the content of a bid or an RFP until you've actually signed a contract. It's kind of a temporal exemption. So let's suppose you put a project out to bid, all the bids come in, and you've determined that the public's best interest is served by not releasing them until you've actually made a decision. You could go into executive session to talk about what's in those bid packages and sort of sort them out before you actually come out to vote. You ask your attorney for a written legal opinion. Your attorney gives you that written legal opinion, you become the client. You're allowed to have that written opinion to yourselves. You don't have to share it with anybody. You could go into executive session to talk about the written legal opinion that your attorney has given you. Those are just a couple of examples. Again, I stress, make sure that you do not vote behind closed doors.
So a consensus in executive session is not a vote?
Do not do that. Do
Right,
not
'cause-
do that, because if you come out and say, we just decided to, or we agreed to, then it is, now, again, unless somebody, we're not the FOI FBI. If you come out of executive session tonight and say, you've done it, we're not running down here. But if somebody files a complaint, you're vulnerable to a complaint.
Well, since I've been up here, it's been to move out, and after the discussion, it's been, okay, I think we have a direction, a
fine.
consensus to come out, and they come out, and it's like, I still think it's a
Again,
vote.
just as long as you don't go down the line and take, how do you feel? The chairman is pretty good at reading the room, and then you come out and make your call. In addition to executive session, another path boards and commissions can go down, the legislature said Well, they listed a number of things that everybody, all of us, would say, gee, this sounds a lot like a meeting. But the legislature said, well, swell, you can call it a meeting if you want, but for the purposes of freedom of information, it's not a meeting. Collective bargaining, your union negotiations, your strategy sessions, they're not meetings. Even, you may all be in the room, but they're not meetings. Executive level search committees. You know, the police chief retires, you're looking for a new chief. You can form a special committee to look for that new chief without, and that committee could operate outside of freedom of information. That one actually registers, it makes sense. You want the best possible candidates. In all likelihood, you're going to get applications from people who are already employed. They don't want their current employers to know, so you could do it that way. Here's one that always gives me a chuckle. You're allowed to have a chance meeting or a social meeting, neither planned nor intended for the purpose of discussing matters relating to official business. You guys like each other a lot, right? You're going to go out to dinner afterwards. So you're going to go out after a meeting. What else are you going to talk about? I mean, let's be real. Let's not be naive. I'm supposed to sit here and say, never, ever talk amongst yourselves about business outside of the meeting. The reality is those conversations are going to happen. Here's what I'm strongly recommending, that you think long and hard about what you talk about. Maybe you rehash what you just saw at the last meeting. Maybe you talk what's going to be on the next agenda. But do not have those deep, deliberative conversations offline that you should be having at the meeting. It's a recipe for disaster. I guarantee you the one time you go out to dinner or to the bar afterwards because you really need it after a tough meeting, the wrong person's sitting in the next booth and hears you, passionately debating something, and they file a complaint that you had an improper meeting and you're vulnerable to a problem. And to that end, remember the definition of a meeting, whether in person or by means of electronic equipment. That means the emails that you send back and forth to each other you need to be really careful about how deep they go. And you send something out innocently to everybody that says, I want you all to read this. I think it's really important that you read this. In fact, I feel strongly about it, and I'm going to bring it up in the next meeting. Well, that's okay. But then you write back and say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And you jump in and say, no, I really like that idea. And then you say, well, there's parts of it that, and the next thing you know, you're debating it via email. If you do that now, please stop, because someone, back to the point was made before, could say, I want to see any and all emails about that topic. You'd have to produce them. It would be obvious that you had an improper meeting via email, and then people, in addition to that, people would know that you were thinking maybe before, maybe it was a premature release of what you wanted to say. Be really cognizant of how you communicate with each other offline. You set yourself up for problems if you don't do that. Do we meet mostly in person now? As you know, when the pandemic hit, we all got whacked, and the governor issued some executive orders, and then the legislature jumped in. Just a couple of things on that. If you are going to have a virtual component to a regular meeting, there's a couple of additional steps that we should talk about. As I told you, the agenda needs to be available at least 24 hours in advance for a meeting. If there's a virtual component, you have to get the word out that that's going to happen at least 48 hours in advance. When you get the notice out, the agenda out 24 hours in advance, you must make sure that the link is on there for people to jump in. I can see that you're well versed in that. Remember that once you do that, if it's a regular meeting, you need to record the meeting, and that the recording needs to be up on your website within 7 days, and it needs to stay on that website for 45 days. That's regular meetings only on the recordings. Don't ask me why, but that's the way the law is structured, okay? The last thing about meetings that we should talk about is minutes. My advice on minutes, folks, is that they need not be the recreation of War and Peace. They are not meant to be a verbatim transcript of what everybody says. You will have people, you made reference to this, come up and start talking about something and say, I want every word of this in the minutes, or give you a 3-page treatise on something. I want all of it. You can if you want, but it's not required. The only technical requirement for minutes is a record of who votes for what or for whom. Now, you want more than that. You're creating the historical record for your town. You want someone to be able to pick up those minutes in a couple of days, weeks, months, and say, okay, I get where they were going with this. You want a crisp, clear, concise recapitulation of what happened, but not at the expense of making your poor clerk crazy. It does not need to be this lengthy, on and on and on You want it there so that people can get a feeling for what happened, get the minutes done, turn them in, and move on to the next meeting.
I just had a quick question. So sometimes it's been where we've had to get the attorney's opinion on how a meeting should go or whatever, an FOI. Shouldn't that opinion be made available to all counselors and public?
Well, whether it's meant, all counselors, that's not for
But
the
if it's a
FOI
diff-
commission to decide. But if it's determined that it's covered by the attorney-client privilege, whoever the client is could withhold it.
It's not a client thing. It's usually about like how we should proceed with our meeting.
Again, if it depends on what because it's open to interpretation, I can't say definitively one way or another.
The other thing is if someone outside sends something to the town manager about another counselor in particular, for example, or anybody, shouldn't that be dispersed to every counselor at an equal, fair amount of time?
Again, not for the FOI commission to decide.
That would just be good
If the counselor who
manner.
didn't get it asks for it, I would argue that it's a public record and that counselor should get it. But
Right.
as far as, how it's,
Just one would think that that would be proper manner to make sure that everyone
again,
gets it at the same
great
rate.
questions, but not anything the FOI Act has control
Just
over.
good manners.
Yeah, nothing that the FOI Act has control over.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about meetings?
I have questions.
Yeah.
And actually, I have them all written down.
Sure.
I don't know how much time I'm going to have to do these. Are council members allowed to talk with people outside of this committee about town business without falling under FOI?
Talk, conversation, absolutely. You run into a problem if there is a quorum of you having that conversation. But
No, I'm
when it-
talking about somebody not even on this committee.
Not a problem, should not be an issue.
Shouldn't be an issue for FOI, right?
Right.
And then what
Could you
about
restate, I didn't hear the question, I apologize.
if any of us talk to people outside of this committee, like a citizen or somebody outside of here?
That would happen every day, yeah.
Am
I'm
I,
sorry,
does
I
that,
just didn't
no,
know.
I'm just telling you, does it fall under FOI, and can I be FOI'd for that information?
But let's say that person then writes something to you. Understand that becomes a public record. Could be exempt, but it's a public record.
Mm-hmm.
The conversation, it's not an issue.
Okay. Same thing, if, talking about phone records, my personal phone and my phone logs to somebody, not on this committee, does somebody outside have the right to those? Does somebody have the right to FOI me for talking with a resident in the
They would
community?
have the right to try to, but you would have the right to pull away everything that had nothing to do with town business. The phone issue came up with the mayor of Bridgeport his first time around, because he was having conversations that led to ultimate problems for him, because his public phone log was a public record. But anything, the calendar issue about going to the dentist or, going to the gym and things like that, that's nobody else's business.
Right, but even if it's town business with a citizen, that has nothing to do with what we're doing up here, really.
You mean just a casual conversation?
Well, conversations, like, let me say, for example, if I had reached out to the DTC chair or the RTC chair to say, hey, do you have anybody for recommendations for a committee?
Yeah, I would argue that probably falls under town committee business and wouldn't be subject to FOI. But if you had an ongoing conversation with somebody, let's suppose it has some P and Z, which you're not, directly connected to, and someone wanted to see those, on the idea that perhaps you were trying to influence P and Z, I'm making this up as I go along, then those would probably be public. You'd have to produce those.
All right, so, so if there's, you have your agenda set, and you have, just say, old business or new business, there's nothing listed in there.
Right.
I mean, are you just free to I've seen some committees where they just start discussing anything under the
No,
sun.
The point that I was making is, the mayor in charge says, is there any old business? And you say, yes, we discussed X 3 weeks ago, I'd like to add that to the agenda, I make a motion. You second it, and if 2/3 of you agree to do it, then you can talk about it.
Okay, so
But only at a regular meeting.
only at a regular meeting. And what if a committee is doing that repetitively? Because they're not putting things on their agenda.
I would say that's a problem, and if somebody files a complaint, they're vulnerable to being found to be in violation.
All right, and talking about violations, what are the penalties or
Right.
violations?
Our commission tends not to be punitive. It tends to order the release of records. If it's a meetings violation, it tends to tell you not to do it again. But it does have the power to issue civil penalties of anywhere from $20 to $1,000, and they would go against the perpetrators. From your perspective, the thing to worry about, what's our risk here? The FOI Commission can and has declared null and void things that happen at an improper meeting. So let's suppose you spend the whole night and it's your budget, and you set your budget, and it was improperly warned, and people didn't know what was going on, and the commission felt that you had deliberately done that, then they could say, we declare, and you'd have to go back and do it all over again. The most noticed, I don't know, what famous or infamous case, but that happened in Ridgefield a few years ago. I'll give you the brief version, but the bottom line is that they fired somebody at an improper meeting. The guy went to the FOI Commission, made it clear that the meeting, they never told him about it. The commission ordered that it be declared null and void, and rather than just do it over again, they took it all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court upheld the FOI Commission. Doesn't always happen, but in this case it did. The process wasn't a quick process. It's 4 or 5 years later, so they had a guy who was fired. The Supreme Court said, no, the meeting was illegal. Now you've got a 4 or 5 year gap where the guy was off the payroll and should have been on the payroll, and they had a mess on their hands. I mean, that's an extreme example, but that's an idea of how that could get you into trouble.
So if, just say your agenda, you don't have something on there and you want to add it, and you say, here's topic A, I'd like to discuss topic A. Everybody votes on it, you get your 2/3 vote.
Yep.
And then you start discussing topic B, C, D.
No.
And just keep going like it's,
No.
you're sitting around having coffee.
You can't do that. You have to, I know it may seem ponderous, I get it, but you need to vote to add each one that's not on the agenda. You can't just bring stuff up out of the air.
All right, and then if somebody comes to speak at our meeting, is it FOIA, is it required that they state their name and address to be able to speak to us?
Great question. The FOI Act, because it has no control over public speaking, well, let me back up. The FOI Act says that if I want to come to your meeting and I don't want to tell you who I am, I don't want to sign in, I don't have to. I can just come and go to a meeting. Interesting, right? But because public speaking is not covered by the law, if your rules or your chairman decides that he or she wants to hear who it is and where they live, they can do that. And if they refuse to do that, there's nothing in the FOI Act that stops you from saying, sit down. We're not going to hear from you if you don't identify.
So it would be our rules
It's
that
your
would go over
rules.
that?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then what about party members? There's been a situation where there's smaller committees and they have 3 people on them, and 2 of us are together, and somebody's like, you're having an illegal meeting. Even if that committee hasn't met in years, they're like, you're having an illegal meeting because you're together.
If you happen to be of the same political party, there's no issue. Members of the same board in the same party can caucus without noticing a meeting. That's another one of those things that falls into that category. But you can be, if you're not talking about board business, then of course you can be together. I mean, but if, if it's becomes town business, then you want to stop and rethink having that conversation.
Right. But some people may say, because you're together and you're
No.
that board, you can't be together.
No, absolutely false.
All right. It was discussed earlier about public comments. So when
Right.
people come and speak to us, and if we engage back and more than one of us conversate back with the person and becomes a dialogue, if we don't stop and say, hey, we either add this to our agenda or stop, that becomes an issue.
You're running the risk of having a complaint. But listen, I got to be really candid. I always felt that it was not wise for a board, this is personal now, as a chairman of a board, former chairman of a board, it was not wise for a board to interact with people during public comment. I always felt that it sometimes lengthened the meeting, for one thing, and second of all, you may have started something that runs everything off the rails. My advice is always, look, let them have their say. If you've got a time limit, fine, within the time limit. If you have specific questions, can I ask this person a couple questions in an orderly fashion? But to engage in a dialogue, I think is really risky. I think that's just a personal opinion. It's not in the law anywhere, but my experience over the years as both a board chairman and as someone watching from an FOI standpoint, it gets tricky.
How about voting on items that are not on your agenda? Just say they're not big town business, but they're such as what the committee would do, maybe for educational purposes, or they want to bring somebody in, and they're voting on things that are not on their agenda, and they didn't add it to their agenda with a
I would always add it
vote.
to the agenda. I would always just, if you're going to take a vote on something that's not on the agenda, I would add it to the agenda.
All right. And then, did the rules, are they different for regulatory bodies versus like legislative bodies?
Not the FOI Act, no.
Okay.
Some may be governed by different statutes. For instance, land use has different statutes that require certain recordings that the FOI Act doesn't.
So if there was a committee and they were having a full-on discussion with all members discussing like FOIA and how it applies to their committee, and a full discussion for a good 15 minutes goes on about this and how they're going to apply it to their committee, it's basically, that would be a topic of discussion. It should have been added, right, instead of having a full discussion.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you have a committee and they just say, and like, what is the number though? Like, if they're adding 5 different things in the same meeting to their agenda,
You
like,
could make
where
a
does
case,
it?
see, now again, that falls outside of, all the act says is this is how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
That falls outside of, that's a decision that, you would make on your own. It's, you know what, we're adding too much here. The idea of the agenda is to tell people, but if you choose to, there's nothing, you're not violating anything other than maybe, good practice.
All right, but it's, the essence of FOIA is so that the public has the
Right.
right to know what you're going to discuss.
You could
That's the
argue
goal.
that violated the spirit of
The spirit of it, okay.
Yeah.
And it is a law, is that correct, or is it just?
Absolutely the law.
It's
yes.
a law, it's
State
not just a
statute.
regulation or
No, it's
rules
state
that we
law.
like to abide by, that's a law.
State law, correct.
All right, and then, I'm gonna stop, thank you.
Counsel Kasiri?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, Mr. Hennick. I just had a quick question about, so at the beginning of our meetings, we generally have counselor communications where we go over the communications we received or the kind of the events that we attended. Sometimes some of the communications can go into the I think or I feel kind of realm, and I just was curious if that would be inappropriate or a violation of the Freedom of Information Act to start getting into opinions during counselor communications.
Again, that's an item that not every board or commission has. I would think that, you're allowed to speak. If you're going to enter a lengthy discussion, I would add it to the agenda, but if you just want to express your views on a few things, that would be in your hands, whether you wanted that to happen or not. It's really not anything in our law that would govern that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor McBride?
Thank you. Quick question, just for
Yes.
clarification. Earlier, you had said the agenda needed to be posted 24 hours before, but if it was a virtual meeting, I thought I heard you say 48 hours. Was I incorrect in my notes?
I wish, yes and no.
Okay.
You have to let everybody know that that you're going to have a virtual component. So in other words, all you folks have to be informed. There has to be notice, there will be a virtual component to this meeting, but the agenda still technically is 24 hours. Most folks, when they're going virtual, once this was put into place, just getting it all done 48 hours in advance. But let's say that 48-hour notice to all of you doesn't include the agenda, you're still okay if you meet the 24-hour mark. It doesn't make any sense, I know, but that's the way they wrote it.
So we can post an agenda 24 hours in advance?
Correct.
And have a virtual meeting?
That remains constant.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. You had said to post on the website the, I guess, the recording within 7 days.
Right.
What about the minutes? Minutes 24 hours?
The minutes need to be available in 7 days. There is no requirement that they be posted. Most boards, commissions do that now, but you're still not violating FOI if you don't post the minutes. They need to be available in 7 days also, though.
So virtual's posted 7 days, minutes available? 7
Correct.
days. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Just a real quick question, and it involves social media. I avoid it like the plague, but how does social media, or how does FOIA look at social media? Like if I were making comments, or I were having dialogue back and forth over social media, how am I affected by FOIA?
If it relates to official business, you could make a case that these were public records that people could see. Now, if they're on Facebook or something like that, they're going to be out there anyway. But the same thing I was talking to you about with emails and texts, if you're Facebook conversation with everybody and digging into a board topic, you probably want to not do that because you could have a problem with a meeting, possible meeting violation, even on Facebook. But if it's a personal page and you're just expressing an opinion or something like that, it's out there anyway. Let's suppose, though, that you post something in your official capacity as a counselor, and then say, you know what, I shouldn't have said that, and take it down. And if it's still there, hidden somewhere, someone wants to see it, you'd probably be asked to produce it.
Okay, that's fair, thank you.
Okay.
I just had something else. So like many counselors or many elected officials, they have their personal page and they have a political page. Political page, obviously, you don't reject adding anybody. But on a personal page, you don't have to add everybody in the town on that particular page if you don't want to. That's your personal page.
Again, FOI would have nothing to say about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question is, before, when I first joined this council, since we're elected at large, nobody is higher than anybody else up here. We do not have a strong mayor, so we appoint a mayor. It's not based on votes or anything like that, and we have a paid town manager that runs the town. But to get an agenda item on, again, we're all elected at large. The community wants to hear our voices. It is now you have to get 2 other counselors. So if I say I want to plant 20 trees downtown, I make that referral. I can't just make the referral in email or verbally say it. I have to get 2 other councils to agree to the referral in order to make it on there, which I think is, it hamstrings the right of a counselor.
That's,
It's just in the council
that
rules.
has nothing.
Okay,
we have no
I'm getting there,
control.
so let me finish to where my point was. And so it's bad. It's bad decorum in the sense of freedom of information of a counselor who's elected at large. But the concern is, we have to do them via email mainly sometimes. So if I sent something in a week ago, I don't know the status. Did 2 counselors agree to that? Did they not yet? The community doesn't know, right? So if I have to send an email, I'd like to plant 5 trees, the community doesn't know that item went forward and what the status of it and who agreed to it and who didn't agree to it. Should there be a manager's report about those types of emails
That's
that we
not-
know?
That's not anything that we could.
So then we just have to
We
request.
would ask for them, yeah.
Just ask for them.
Yeah.
So just email and just say, hey, or the person who's receiving them should just say, hey, I received these requests. Or they could choose to report that at the meeting if they wanted, right, under communication.
Yeah, that's not anything covered by FOI.
Right. But they could, under communication, say, I received these requests.
If you so choose, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Just briefly, I know we're up against it time-wise. We didn't get into records very much. I want to stress one thing to you. Remember that, I've said it once, but just so that it's clear, there are various exemptions to different kinds of records. You get a request for records, you probably have a process where it goes through John. Just make sure that if you get a request, however it might seem to you, get it to him so that he can respond in 4 business days. Respond doesn't necessarily mean generate the records, but it means to acknowledge, because step 1 is if you don't do that, the person can file a complaint that you've told them no. And also to remember that everything you create in the conduct of Groton business falls under that big umbrella of a public record. It may well be exempt, but I have a little thing on my desk that says, when in doubt, don't hit send. Be really smart to the extent to, you may want to vent on something, and then just think about it. Don't put yourselves in a compromising position because you've sent something via email. If you don't want to see it on the front page of the day, don't send it, okay? And again, I realize you've got other work to do here. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, but,
No, thanks. It seems to be the same responses every year, so I appreciate your time.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out and enlightening us and the community
Happy to do
on
it.
FOIA. So if there's no more questions, I think we can move on with our meeting. Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
I'd like to take a small recess before the.
All right, we'll be back at 6:45.
Same question.
Good. All right. The council is back from recess at 6:48. On to calendar and communications. Counselor Franco.
I had numerous communications, but other than some conversations, some emails, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had two events that I participated in this week were the food bank that is run monthly. I think it's the fourth Friday of every month in the city at St. John's, and we had 325 families that came out this week, so I think that's the largest number we've had for quite a while, and it still shows a huge need of hunger in our community. I'd just like to thank Charter Oak, Pfizer. The food banks are run by United Way and the city, so just great effort in that. Councilor Parker was there, Representative Jacome was there. And then the other one was a lot of fun, and I thank our mayor for being a judge. We had the Gong Show at the Thrive 55, and it was extremely well attended. We have 12 different acts. It was just a lot of fun, and I just would like to thank Cindy Olson, who is one of our does entertainment and such at Thrive 55 for just her tremendous act. She was the single sole stagehand and just hustled around like crazy. So did a great job, and it was just a lot of fun for all. And then also received all the different communications and emails that everyone else has received.
Thank you. Counselor McBride.
Thank you. The regular communications and emails that we normally receive on the various matters on these agendas and past agendas. I did also attend a Freedom of Information hearing last Friday in Hartford. I wanted to inform everyone of that. And also, we'll be holding the Property Reuse Committee tomorrow evening at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
Yes, I received emails from Eddie Jacome and Emily Norman requesting consideration for the council. Also received an email with a letter from the town manager stating that Thayer Mahan is no longer, what would be the proper word, John? They're no longer seeking interest in the property that they originally were in the city. So that was, I won't throw my opinion on there. That was something. I did also send an email to the town manager asking about where would this stand with the property swap that was originally going to be negotiated, as well as the grant that we were applying for to help with remediation. I'm assuming that will stop, but I'll let him speak to that. I also received communications regarding the concerns of the access on Allen Street. And I also received some communications about GotSpace, which is the data center that's suing Any Edge. As far as events in the community, I received an email a while back asking if I would come read at Riverfront Children's Center on February 15th. I attended for about 2 hours, and for Black History Month that they had asked, and I read a book, I Am Enough, and also donated the book to the Children's Center. I also attended a parking meeting it was a joint meeting with Stonington on the 22nd at the Baptist Church regarding, just discussion, open forum about possible changes for parking meters or what have you. That reminds me to go back under other communications as well. I did receive regarding the Day article saying that the Stonington was not, they voted against the meters. I did have some Groton residents reach out to me and ask, well, what does that mean for Groton? So I'll let the town manager address that. I also attended Black History Month celebration at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in downtown Mystic. That was on this Saturday. It was heavily attended. I want to thank Dr. Ackerman from the Board of Ed who attended. We also fundraised money for the Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Trust Fund. If anyone is still interested in donating, that link is still up on St. Mark's page, also on my political page as well. And the money would go to the New London County Martin Luther King Jr. Trust Fund, helping minority students in the area with scholarships. It was heavily attended, and there was great coverage from the day on that. I also let's see here, attended the ECC fencing tournament out in Griswold. I attended the Board of Ed meeting last night. I brought up the same concerns that I brought up here about AED machines, where it was stated that the town manager was going to be placing an additional 5 after bringing, after sudden cardiac arrest for football players as well as athletes. I wanted to check how is our town faring, and at that time, John did state they would be adding 5 more. The library did not have one at the time, and several other places. So at the Board of Ed meeting, I did my own investigation, looked after being at meetings there, that on the new wing of the building, on the 3 floors, there were no AED machines. There was one at the auditorium, and they said they'd be looking into that. Also did discuss at that Board of Ed meeting at public comment, the need for honors English 11 and 12. We do not have them. It goes from college prep, and then once you get to junior and senior year, it goes to AP or IB. So I did bring that up as well at the meeting. I got asked to come. It's Read Across America this month, and on the day, March 2nd, I'll be going to Catherine Kolnowski and reading, I believe, somewhere between K through 3rd grade. Pretty excited about that. Probably will bring the same book I brought from the Riverfront Center, so excited to share that book again. And also on that same night, I'll be attending Mitchell College to kick off Women's History Month. I got asked by Kevin Booker to be a panelist at Mitchell College to talk celebrating Women's History Month. That is all the communications I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Westervelt.
Thank you. I also attended the parking meeting, which was extremely well attended. Many more people than I anticipated being there. There's a lot of good information exchange. Everybody kept a level head. It was very productive, I believe. I also attended a FOIA hearing this past Friday in Hartford. And then also a multitude of emails concerning things like budget, and also the vacant seat from former Councilor Baumgartner. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Kasiri.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I also attended the Downtown Mystic Parking informational session last week. I received various communications regarding the February 14th Committee of the Whole meeting, an invitation to the ARCS Film Festival on March 29th at 5:30 p.m. at the Spa at Norwich Inn, an email regarding the Community Speaks Out agenda item from last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, info regarding the Cable Advisory Council seeking board members, an invite to the Reading on Tap event to benefit the Mystic Noank Library, which is on March 8th at Bank and Bridge Brewery from 6 to 8, and the council vacancy, info about the Fair Rent Commission, the damage to the Town of Groton sign, sadly, and Thayer Mahan. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
I apologize. I also just attended I went to the state capitol on Tuesday the 22nd for pretty much most of the day to speak to Bill 959, which was in reference to the, sorry, I'm drawing a blank because I was up there for a couple things. Mold, sorry. Thank you, John. The mold, there was Bill 959 was set up to be like an advisory committee. I won't state my opinion, but I did go up and speak, and it is up online. I also got to spend the day with former Councilor Baumgartner, who's now the state rep, and he got to meet got introduced to a lot of awesome people up there, and got to see how things were moving, and look forward to being a part of more public hearings and getting involved, not just locally, but on the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. I got invited to be a judge for the Thrive 55 Talent Show. It was a fun night, and I hear this is the first year they did it back since COVID. So they got a really good turnout. I'd like to thank Councilor Parker and Representative Jacome for volunteering at the event. Councilor Jones performed, and he did a very good job with his group. And just thank Cindy Olson from Thrive 55 for always putting on great events and always getting a great turnout. She's a huge reason why we have one of the best senior centers in the country, for sure. Councilor Bordelon.
I apologize. My chicken scratch.
Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just asked for decorum, and when I I'm just
Counselor Bordelon, you have
thank
the floor.
I also did attend this past Friday, the Beatlemania fundraiser for Fitch High School that helps fund their pool of money for trips, new instruments, as well as their trip. Some students are going to Hawaii. That was pretty heavily attended. They do it every year and they have a different theme. So big shout out to the music department, and it was a nice event. That's all I have officially. Thank you.
Thank you. I also got invited by CCM to speak on a panel. It's titled Representation Matters. So I'll do that in a few weeks. But that's all I have. And we are on to the approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve the minutes from February 14th, 2023. So moved.
Second, Jones?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Jones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 7 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. On to new business, where we will recess the committee of the whole at 6:59. And I will call to order the town council special meeting to order at 6:59.
Just point of information.
1 second. All councils are present with the exception of Councilor Parker. Okay, what's your question?
Just under communication, did the town manager have anything to update us on at all? Usually that's where he usually goes.
I do that at the regular council meeting next week. I don't do
That's
it.
at the council
Okay,
meeting.
just checking,
That's
because
at
with
the
the
council
fire, so are you have any update on that you want to discuss, or?
So right now, we're at a special council meeting, so we're gonna move on to the public hearing. The alteration of a scenic road, 853 River Road, public hearing. And our town clerk usually reads this. Do you want to read it, John?
Town of Groton, notice of public hearings. Notice is hereby given that the Groton Town Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, at 6:30 PM at the Town Hall Annex CR1, 134 Groton Long Point Road, and via Zoom to consider alterations to 853 River Road right-of-way in accordance with Article 5 of the Groton Code of Ordinances, designation of scenic roads, dated at Groton, Connecticut, the 21st day of February, 2023. Betsy McAusher, Groton Town Clerk.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak at the public hearing? Please approach the podium at this time. I just need your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this on?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Sweeney. I am a land use attorney and a partner at the law firm of Tobin Carberry in New London, Connecticut. It's a pleasure to be before you once again. I represent, as you may recall, George and Mary Davis, who are the owners of a vacant parcel of land at 853 River Road here in the town of Groton. George and Mary were able to travel back up from their home in Pennsylvania for tonight's meeting again, and I appreciate them joining us tonight. As the council may recall, we had a public hearing on this matter at your last meeting. There was concern by a member of the public that the maps of the driveway cut on River Road were not available to be projected, and they were not available online. Subsequent to that hearing, we've corrected that with the help of Mr. Reiner, Mr. Burt. Not only were we able to upload those to the town website to make them available, but my clients went the extra mile and actually went to their neighbors who had expressed the concern and actually delivered a copy of their plans to them, and actually had some conversations with them, and from my understanding, had a very positive reaction to the plans that were presented. In the interest of time, I know this is a new public hearing, and I was asked to represent my proposal to you. I did provide a handout at the last hearing. I don't know if that's something that you have in your record, if it can be re-entered in the record. I have additional copies if you'd like that entered into the record. I would take your lead, Mr. Mayor, on how you'd like me to proceed with that.
I think we have another.
Terrific.
Yeah.
So if I may, just in the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief and just sort of give you an overview of the proposal. Again, we're here tonight for approval for alterations and improvements in the River Road right-of-way. As you're aware, River Road is a scenic road under Chapter 13.5, Article 5 of the Town of Groton ordinances. And whenever a property owner does work within the road right-of-way of a scenic road here in the Town of Groton, they're required to get approval from the Town Council to do so, provided that we can show, quote, good cause for doing that. My clients currently reside part-time here in Mystic, and they're looking to build a single-family home on this now vacant lot on River Road. The house itself, and as you can see in the drawings that we provided, is going to be located several hundred feet back from River Road, but we need to access the lot. We need an actual driveway to get to the house. Our client retained an engineer and a landscape architect. Rebecca Nolan is our landscape architect. She's here with us as well tonight to help design a safe driveway access point that minimizes the amount of clearing within the right-of-way and provides what's most important, adequate sight lines. If you've been out to the site, if you're familiar with River Road, you know that this is a little bit of a challenge because there is a sharp S-curve just north of their property, as well as some overgrown vegetation in the town right-of-way and some slope, some topography as well. Our proposal seeks to put the driveway at the south end of the property to give the longest sight line looking north, remove some trees and underbrush in the town right-of-way, and then regrade the existing embankment so that people pulling out of the Davis's driveway can see cars coming from the north, and cars coming from the north can see them pulling out. Again, safety is paramount in this situation. This limited tree clearing and grading that we're doing for safe sight lines, we've also proposed a mitigation plan, and that's what Ms. Nolan really prepared. You can see that on the second map that was provided in the package. We're installing a new dry laid stone wall along the property line. Right now, there is no stone wall. Many of the homes in this scenic road have stone walls. We're going to be putting that in on our own expense. We're also going to be landscaping behind the wall on our property to replace the trees and the vegetation that's removed. And we worked really close with Greg Hanover at your Department of Public Works and Deb Jones to add some street trees, 2 red oaks, which meet your street tree requirements on the roadside of the stone wall in a location that doesn't impact the sight line, but still provides some additional foliage. We're only removing about a half a dozen mature trees, and one of them is actually currently dying. We're adding the new stone wall, and we feel that the work that we're doing compensates and mitigates for any impact we're having along the frontage. I think that, in short, safety dictates that we have to do something here to provide for a sight line. My clients have a legal right to access their lot, so we're trying to find that middle ground where we can provide access in a safe way and still keep the scenic beauty of this area. As I said before, Deb Jones and Greg Hanover have reviewed our plans. We've met all of their comments. We've added all of their notes to the plans. And again, from my perspective as their attorney, we're legally entitled to reasonable and safe access. We're trying to do that in a responsible and sensible fashion. And I think this certainly meets the standard in your code of ordinances for good cause. Absent the clearing, we can't put in a driveway. Absent a driveway, we can't get reasonable economic use of our lot. So I think this is exactly the type of proposal that it should be permitted and approved by the town council. Ms. Nolan is here tonight, myself, both of the Davises. If you have any questions of us as the applicant, we'd be happy to answer them. But certainly, we would love to have an action on this so that we can get building this dream house for them this spring. So thank you for your time and attention tonight. And again, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. Not at this portion of the meeting, though.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 7:07. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn by Jones, seconded by Westervelt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously. 7 in favor. We are adjourned at 7:07. The Town Council Committee of the Whole will come back from recess at 7:07. And we will be at new business alteration of Scenic Road 853 River Road.
You mean 1206 River Road?
No?
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no.
12.
This is
I apologize.
the agenda item for alteration of Scenic Road 853 River Road. You can come sit here.
Sure.
Thank you. Manager Burt, would you like to give a brief?
Well, for the next one, I think we just jumped in.
Okay. Would you like to give a, I know you just said what you got to say, but
Yeah, again, just to restate, my client wants to do a single-family house on their property. They need an access point to do so. We've tried to do that in the most sensible and reasonable way and mitigate any impact we have on the limited tree clearing and grading we need to do to get a safe sightline. So that, under your code of ordinances, qualifies as good cause to allow us to work in the right-of-way. We've worked closely with Deb Jones and Greg Hanover on the design. They've signed off on it. We've met all of their requirements, and we would ask for action on that this evening. Thank you.
okay. So I'm going to make a motion to recommend a resolution approving the alterations of a Scenic Road 853 River Road as presented on February 28, 2023. So moved.
Second, Bordelon?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. Council Bordelon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out the second time. Apologize on behalf of the town for the first time. And unfortunately, there were some people that didn't have access to the drawing. So I know they were sent, but they weren't fully distributed. So I do appreciate, the consideration of that road. As someone who grew up in Mystic, spent a lot of time on River Road as a kid, biking, rollerblading. It is a very unique road, and it's something that, we should keep, treasured. I know it also floods, around that bend in that area. I did have some constituents reach out to me, and once again, it's not that I'm against it, but one of their concerns verbally was taking down mature trees is going to create a lack of place for water, as well as the ridge line when cutting into it. So I just wanted to ask, for the sake of them, were those things considered? I know we said we're replanting a few trees. At what age level are we replanting those? Are they going to be small, very small trees, knee length? Or are we trying to do more higher? Is there any concern for additional flooding on that corner with the disruption to the slope lines and digging into it? I think it's really important to make sure you can see getting out, or else it's useless. So, but I know that road needs to be regraded as it is, as people are complaining about it all the time. River Road, it's at sea level, if not below, and it does flood. So I just, for the sake of disruption, have we saw any changes that could occur there?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and very briefly, we tried to minimize the cut as much as possible because we know it's a scenic road. So if you look at the area that's actually being impacted, it's only a very small, discrete area, and the trees, the primary tree that's coming down is a dead cherry tree that's right past the power line pole. You can see that on one of the photos that I had provided at the last meeting. And so that's obviously not taking any water at all. And much of the other stuff is low scrub brush. I think to answer your biggest question, Councilor Bordelon, though, on the issue of flooding, there is land across River Road on the actual river that goes with this parcel. That is a tidal marsh, and that's being not impacted one iota. We're not touching it. We're not interfering with it. So the land across River Road, the land between the edge of road and the river itself, is tidally protected land that's being completely preserved and untouched by this development, and it's going to stay that way. First of all, we can't touch it, but we don't want to. It's a beautiful tidal marsh, and I think, Councilor Bordelon, as you may know, one of the major ways that we can protect and prevent coastal flooding is the preserving of coastal tidal wetlands. They provide not only biological sinks, but floodwater retention and buffering. So it's really important to my clients that marsh stay pristine. And so they're really focusing their development back, upland, up high, away from the river. And I think that shows the responsibility of their plan is demonstrated just by looking at it. But I thank you for the question.
Yep, thank you, and I'm excited to see it come to fruition, and I just also hope that there are protections as well when building, because there's some things that can run off into the river, that we're doing all the proper collections to make sure we're not going to have any runoff to disrupt, the wildlife.
We'll be
and everything.
heading, we'll be heading through the zoning process next, and there is erosion and sediment control requirements. We'll be working with your building official and zoning officer, Mr. Sabinglis, and Mr. Zanarini on that.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sweeney, for your presentation. I went out there this weekend and looked at the site. I would concur with your assessments of where to put that road. You're correct about the sight line as it kind of goes around the bend. The angle gets steeper and steeper.
Right.
So I think what you put together is a pretty good plan, and I know where that cherry tree is and where that telephone
Yeah.
pole and the other line is. It's pretty distinct. So if you're able to, I think you're going to put the driveway right through that.
I think the
so.
Davises has really spared no expense in trying to do the right thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
there's
they
not a
did.
lot of people that will hire a civil engineer to design where their driveway goes. And they did that, and they did landscape architect because they want to do it the right way. That's just the kind of people they are.
Yeah, no, I think you did a pretty good job, and thank you for the presentation. It's also been pretty clear, and I like how you put it all together, so
Thank you, Councilor Jones. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 7 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to alteration of a scenic road, 1206 River Road, public hearing date.
Good evening, John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development. Again, I think Mr. Sweeney just explained many of the reasons why you do this. So another applicant, the owner of 1206 River Road, is looking to install another driveway cut. They're actually in a few minutes at a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting next door, talking about that two-lot subdivision. But what we need tonight is to schedule that public hearing for April 4th.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to recommend a resolution to schedule a public hearing for April 4th, 2023, to solicit public input regarding the alteration of River Road.
Second?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. And again, this is just to set the public hearing.
Did-
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 7 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you. On to excess property redevelopment, 517 and 529 Gold Star Highway properties. Again, we have Director Reiner.
Okay, also sitting up here with me tonight is Paige Bronk, as well as Bill Sweeney and Joe Fatone from PJ&A. So give a quick history on this property, and John Burt has a map of the property, an aerial map on his computer. He can screen share in a second, as well as the previous site plan that was before the council on this. So the town took title to this property back around 2008. It was a tax foreclosure property. So this is not like our usual excess property. It's not an excess, school property. It's something that we took via tax foreclosure. And the goal of our process when we get these properties back through tax foreclosure is to get them back on the tax rolls. This particular property does have access to sewer and water. It's zoned for commercial multifamily use. It's on a major roadway in town, and it's a great piece of property for development. So I really want to stress that. From a process perspective, we did enter into an option with PJ&A to sell the 529 and 517 Gold Star Highway properties. And process-wise, things that we've done, Connecticut state law requires a public hearing before we sell any properties valued at over $10,000. We did notify in the newspaper twice and held public hearings back on January 5th of 21 and on March 2nd of 2021 to meet those requirements. We did have an appraisal conducted of the property, and we also brought this before the Planning and Zoning Commission for the 824 referral. They reviewed that on April 12th, 2016, and found that the sale of the property is consistent with the town's plan of conservation and development. The town charter also requires that the sale of all property be recommended and referred to the RTM. So after the council voted to sell the property, the RTM voted to dispose of this property at their March 10th, 2021 meeting. So the reason we're here tonight, and I'll hand it over to Bill in a second, but the current option agreement that they have is going to expire come the middle of next month, and he had some opportunities or some options on how we can move forward from here. So.
Is this one working too? Great. You're going to be tired of me by the end of the night, I promise. Again, just for the record, Bill Sweeney with Tobin Carberry in New London. I represent PJ&A LLC, and I've been before you before for them. Joining me tonight at the end of the table is Joe Fatone. Joe is the principal, one of the brothers that makes PJ&A. His three brothers, you may be familiar with them, long-standing Norwich family, owned Chatucket Plumbing for many years, and own a lot of property throughout southeastern Connecticut, and been pretty successful developers as well over the years. The option agreement that we struck with the town was dated back in March 15th of 2021, and gave us basically 2 years to work with a developer partner to develop the property that's on the aerial photo up on the screen. I think what's important to remember, and I really want to press that, is that all of that property is not actually town property. Only the southwest half of it is. The northeast half is actually owned by PJ&A, and that's why PJ&A was selected out of the RFP process, because they own the two adjacent parcels to the east. It is the assemblage of these properties, the town properties that were taken by tax foreclosure, and PJ&A's properties together, that creates a viable development pad on the site. We had proposed the development of a multi-quality, market rate multifamily project on the site. And it was something that back in 2021, and I think still today, is desperately needed in this community. As you're aware, we did come before you with some concept plans, and we've actually worked with several developer partners at this point. Unfortunately, back in the fall of 2022 in November, our developer partner pulled out. And I know you've had this experience, that you've had experience on other properties. It is a difficult time in the development industry right now because of interest rates and material costs. And we had actually progressed farther with this developer partner than anyone else we had worked with in the past. We were actually had sign off from the Inland Wetlands Commission, and we were actually in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission when the developer partner pulled out. It left us in a difficult position coming into Christmas of last year, when we only had till March 15th of this year to complete the approvals. The option agreement basically says that upon approvals, then we can close with the town and exercise our option and purchase the property. Since the pullout of the last developer, we've talked with a number of major regional and state development partners, and there is still interest in this property. It's on Gold Star Highway, as I think John properly said. It's got everything you need for a successful project. It's got traffic access on a state highway, it's got water, it's got sewer, it's zoned properly. With the exception of a small outlet pool in the northeast corner, there are no wetlands on property, no streams on the property. It's a good property for development, and it's been designated so in the plan of development. The reality, though, is with an option that runs out in literally 2 weeks, no developer partner wants to work with us because the southwest half of that property is town-owned property still. And so we talked with John right around the new year, and with John Reiner and John Burt, and with Paige as well, about options to proceed. This was a foreclosure property. The goal was always to put this property back on the tax rolls, the town property. And so what we suggested was we would like the opportunity to exercise the option now. My client is prepared to buy the town property outright and close within 30 days under the option agreement. And that would allow us then, as the true owners of the entire assemblage, to negotiate directly with developer partners to get a project going. We need that time to do that with the economy the way it is and with material costs. It's going to take 30 60 days to negotiate agreement. Any developer who's bona fide is going to want a 90, 120-day due diligence period, and then you still have to go to permitting. So you got to go back to the Wetlands Commission to check in with them. You need to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And a project of this size, and what's been envisioned is, we think it's probably going to be closer to 275 units, not the 300 that we initially thought. That's a project that will need State Traffic Commission approval as well. It's definitely the better part of a year to get a project approved. And so we think it's in the best interest of everyone to allow my client to exercise the option now, buy the property, put the property back on the tax rolls, and immediately continue our efforts to develop the property and move the project forward. If that's not something the council is willing to entertain, at the very minimum, we need more time on the option. I've asked for a minimum of 1 year. I think that's probably going to be real tight, and I honestly don't want to be back here in March of 2024 saying I need more time to finish up the approvals. I really think it's the best option for all parties to allow us to exercise the option and to buy the property, put the property back on the tax rolls, and then move forward with the development and in the ongoing negotiations with some of these parties that we're talking about. I think the property is developable. I think you could have a really quality project that can add to the grand list. And I just read in the day, I don't know if you saw the online version, you know, the EB said they're looking to hire 6,000 more employees for just this year. Those people need places to live. And, you know, if you look around this area, most of the housing that's been built in New London and Groton, I've been involved in. EB employees are the #1 occupant in these buildings, and they want new, modern, quality housing. We just don't have them as a community to provide. We need to get projects moving. I know there's been some starts and stops on projects here in Groton. My client has been committed from the start to seeing this through. He and his brothers are committed to doing this. They bought the property next door to their the old Shetucket Plumbing. They demoed the Shetucket Plumbing building. They have marketed the property significantly and diligently. And we'd just like the opportunity to finish the job and get this done and get a win in the column for Groton.
Thank you. So I just want to put on the record, Counselor Parker arrived at 7:22, as well Counselor Westervelt arrived at 5:50, which was just a couple minutes right after the meeting started, but I never placed it on the record. So first of all, thank you for your presentation. I have a question for the town manager. First of all, question for Director. What direction are you looking for us for today?
Looking for a decision if the council wants to move forward with the sale of the property.
Okay.
Or an extension on the current option agreement. I do think it's, again, I can't stress enough, the property's zoned for this type of use. Also, since the time that we even put this property out originally for RFP, that's when, after that, we updated our zoning regulations, really tightened up allowable and not allowable uses, really strengthened all of our regulations dealing with stormwater, rainwater runoff, and the standards that any developer would have to be held to are very strict for, you know, development in this type of zoning district.
Okay, thank you. And just for the town manager, I think we should, have this here and ask all the questions that we can to get the answers we need. But would we typically, before we make a decision on if we want to sell a property, at least have an executive session to understand prices and stuff like that normally?
This one's a little abnormal because we've already done that earlier, but yeah, in terms of the property, you can certainly make that motion.
Okay, so this is like further along in the process than we typically would enter?
I don't mean to interrupt, but the option agreement actually has a price certain.
Okay.
And we've actually already paid a down payment toward the property.
Right.
So that's already set. The only thing that we're looking for is the agreement says that we can't exercise it until we have our final land use approval. Well, we don't have a final land use approval. So what we're really asking you to do is sort of waive that requirement, allow us to buy it now, allow us for the price that we negotiated back in 2021, get it on the tax rolls, and that gives us then the time. We don't have to worry with the option hanging over our head. We now can go and negotiate with other developer partners to get this this project built.
Okay.
So all of that has been negotiated already.
Okay.
Price, everything, we're ready to go, we're ready to close on the property. And that price is based on the appraisal that Mr. Reiner discussed in his initial comments.
Okay, thank you. And just for my further understanding, the land use approval, is that, my question is, why is that a council decision rather than like planning?
It'll still go through all those normal processes, just it's part of a guarantee that something will happen by saying that they'll come back once those are in place. That's really the reason for those. It's not that you're doing anything with, you're not approving those. You're just saying, come back once you have those.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
We had put those in our original agreement, really just to ensure that people were moving forward to develop parcels and that they were committed to the property and the site. You know, in this example, the property, the PJ&A owns the two adjacent parcels. They're committed to moving forward with the project, and they've shown us a history working with multiple developers over the past few years of trying to move this across the finish line. You know, one of the things that kind of got in the way with that was COVID, and then, you know, interest rates and everything else that's happened for the economy lately.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bordelon?
Yeah. So I was on the council at that time, but in this packet, there's the option agreement. We don't have any paperwork in here. Is that correct, John?
I didn't put this together, but
Yeah, we did not include the
Yeah,
option
no.
agreement.
So
It's-
like, I mean, so I think it's important, again, for me, you know, as it was stated, the FOI guy, you know, we're all free hired help here, elected at large, is that we need to be given the proper resources. So if there's two options on the table, which would be to extend the option agreement or to let him, you know, purchase it, the option agreement should be in this packet today, so I did my homework a week ago on Thursday. It's not in here. And to say that I remember that option agreement during that time, there was a bunch of things going on. Restler, there was, you know, Colonel Ledger, there was a bunch of things. I just think it's really important that you put that option agreement in there. I can't remember exactly what's even on that option agreement. So to extend you today without having a chance to read it over, I feel like I'm not doing my service to the community. So I don't feel comfortable making any decision on this as of right now, because I don't have, unless we can recess and get that form and I can revisit it, because this is an option right now to relook at this. I'm not going to just rubber stamp something that came through from 2 years ago that I don't really remember all the language in and lock my name attached to a rabbit hole until I actually have a chance to revisit it and look at how I voted on it. I mean, there's a lot of things that I do. I have to go back and look at my notes. And this might be a chance where I might see an option for some change on it, for better or for good. So does anyone have the option agreement here today?
Yes, I do. I can give you a copy right now.
Yeah, can we take a recess and get I mean, I don't know if other counselors need it. There might be other counselors up here that were not even on the council when this option agreement was put into fruition. So I just, again, beg the town that's preparing these to give us full documents so we can properly vet these in a timely manner. Do we have one copy? I mean, has everyone else seen it? I mean, it's just, I feel rushed. So if I abstain, it would be because of that, with no disrespect to the property person.
I think
and-
one of the issues that we face is the deadline to exercise the option is March 15th, 2023, which is 2 weeks from now.
Right, and I can understand the deadline, but I also have a responsibility.
That's fine.
So I don't want to rush something, you know, you could say this person's going to have a heart attack and I'm in the room, the doctor says, hand me this, we're going to follow protocol all the way to the end. I don't feel life is on the line. So to me, my name is being attached to this vote tonight. And we are making two major decisions. So I think that we should break, recess, go into executive session possibly, or recess and give everyone a chance to look at that document. That's what I would ask, is for a recess to review the document and feel prepared for tonight. So I guess my question to the town manager, do we recess to review the document? Can it be emailed to us quickly, and then we can recess and review it?
I don't have a say in the recess,
Okay.
but I just.
I mean, I would think you guys would
just
want
emailed-
that, right? I mean, when you want the transparent part?
I just emailed you the link to it. It's on our website.
Right. Okay.
So, okay. So
You
this
just
is,
emailed it to the town email?
Yeah.
So I would ask for a recess so I could review the document.
okay,
Thank you.
1 second. I would ask, these packets are prepared last week, and they were sent out to all the counselors. All I ask is, if there's information that you want and you need in order to make a decision, on the items and you do not see it in the packet, that you request that information be added to the packet, rather than waiting till the day we meet to say, I don't have this information that I need in order to make this decision. This has been prepared, usually gets sent out on Thursday, 2 days after we meet. Our packet for next meeting will come out in 2 days. I just ask that you review it on that day. If there's something that you want and that you need in order to help you make your decision, just immediately request that information, rather than waiting till we're already at the meeting and say, I need this information in order to make this decision, and it's not here. Okay?
May I
So-
use my final few minutes?
No. So
Point
we
of
are moving
clarification?
on. I have the floor.
This says no direction on here. The two directions that were offered on
Counselor
just for full
Bordelon, you do not have the
transparency
floor.
are not in
Counselor
here.
Bordelon, you do not have the floor.
Right, but I just speak false information. The two
Counselor
options are not in
Bordelon,
here.
you are out of order.
That's fine.
You're
I'll be
out of order.
Because it's not in
Counselor
here.
Bordelon, you're out of order.
That's fine.
Thank you.
The options are not in the packet.
Point
It
of
says no
order.
action. So,
Counselor Bordelon, you are out of order.
that's fine. This is out of order. That doesn't say
So,
anything. in here. It says no action.
How many copies of the agreement do you have, sir?
I have one, sir.
Okay. Can that be given
I'd
to
be more than
Counselor
happy
Bordelon?
to share that with
Thank you.
Council Bordelon.
Yeah, this is-
Okay. Counselor Franco, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I see here in your letter, what, you're writing to formally request the council allow your client to exercise his option now and proceed with the purchase of the properties immediately. Or the other option was basically to allow additional time.
Exactly.
So we've already been approved. This has been approved. We're under, like, a contract.
Yes.
The RTM has approved it. The commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission has approved it and found that the sale of the property is consistent with Plan of Conservation and Development, so they're given the green light on it.
The only thing that's left is the planning and zoning approval of the permits. That's it.
Okay. So I can recall, like, the consideration of what we do with town property was to get into agreements where basically you got your approvals and then we would actually sell the property, simply because we want to make sure something actually was going to be built. And that somebody didn't just buy the property, sit on it for the next 20 years, and then we're sitting there saying, wait a minute, I thought you were going to build something. That's the reason why we did it the way we did it. Over the last probably 5 years or so, I can see many flaws in this as well, because so many things have just fallen apart in 5 years as well. So, I mean, it's very simple to just sell the property and be done with it and hope it gets on the rolls. And then there's also do we try and protect it and make sure something actually gets built before we sell? So I'm sort of torn right now, because you've gone through the whole approval with the council, the RTM, planning and zoning, like, to get,
It's a little bit different than other deals too, and I think this is really important, and I think your point is well taken. You're not in left field on that. This is not a situation where we're some out-of-state unknown that's come in. Shetucket Plumbing was there. That you can see on this map right here.
Manager Burke, can you hand him your mic?
Part of the community.
Your
Take
mic.
the one on the podium.
They purchased this additional land here.
I want everybody to hear you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Shetucket Plumbing's, this was Joe's family store for years and years on Gold Star Highway. They purchased this property actually to position themselves to have a bigger pad to actually develop it, to get the frontage on Gold Star Highway to make this work. This is unlike the other deals maybe that you see, because you have an interested, invested party who's already bought property to make this happen, or they've held it in their family for years. They're not a fly-by-night company coming in saying, well, we just want this town land. We've made an investment, we're holding an investment here. It's this additional land. This land has very limited, it's actually this land back here that gives you the critical mass to make the project actually work. And so I think it is different in that way. And so while I agree with you completely, I think there's something unique about this situation that deserves extra consideration.
Right. Yes, Setauket was a staple in our community for quite some time. So I appreciate everything you're saying, and I mean, I struggle with this one. I do. It's a tough one, and but like you said, it is a little different. I mean, it's been a staple in our community. I see what's going on with the purchase. And let me ask, by owning all of these, how does it make negotiating easier for a developer than having the option agreement?
So there's about 17 acres in total. Town's got 11, we've got 6. You can't develop the town property without our property because there's not enough frontage to provide access. You can develop our property, but you can't, there's not enough depth so that you might be able to get a small retail shop or commercial shop. It's only the amalgamation of the two properties, the frontage of the PJ&A properties combined with the acreage and the depth of the town properties that gets you a critical mass to actually do something. Reality is nobody's coming in and building 25 condo units or 25 apartments or 30. You need a critical mass. You need to get to that like 85 to 100 to even have anybody look at it. And in reality, in this day and age, people are looking to build 150 to 250 to 300. That's what they're looking for in terms of the critical mass to justify the mobilization and the site work, which there's quite a bit. If you've been out there, if you're familiar with the property at all, there's a big chunk of rock on that property. So you've got to have enough economic return off the property to pay for the site work. So the bottom line is, if nothing happens, if the council does nothing, on March 15th, 2023, the option ends. This deal falls apart, and you're left with a piece of property that's of little use. We're left with a piece of property that has some use, but certainly not as much. I think from the start, John and Paige and I and my client have said, it only makes sense that these properties are developed together. That's what the RFP came to. The RFP selected my client because there was a realization in the room that it only makes sense to develop these as a single unit. We're trying to hold that together because my client is committed to making it happen. We just need your help to keep it together. And we want to pay taxes to the town. We're ready to pay taxes starting next month. Or the first payment in July we would pay. We want to get back on the tax rolls, and that will give us the time. I'll be very candid with you. It takes a while to do development. You've seen this. If I was to get one of these regional developers who we've been talking to sign up on this site, I think it would probably take at least a year for me to get them ready to build. It's going to take 6, and I do this for a living, it's going to take 6 to 9 months to get planning and zoning approvals after due diligence. And we have to go to the State Traffic Commission. That can be 2 months, sometimes it can be 4 months. So I'd love to be in construction in the second half of 2024 on this project.
And may I ask, how much has been invested in trying to get this into development stage? How much has, the buyer invested into this procedure so far?
Joe might have epileptic shock here, but just buying the additional land in the northeast corner, he's spent over $700,000 of his own money to buy that additional land to add to Setauket Iron and Plumbing. He's also paid for a lot of the engineering, site work, and the survey work. So to attract a national developer, they want to see stuff like survey, they want to see topography, they want to see geotech, which is a study of the rock. So Joe's funded that out of his own pocket. So, Joe, I'm not speaking out of turn when I say you're well over $1 million. $1.1 million of his own money just trying to get this project going. And that's a significant investment, because he believes in the project and he wants something on his family's land that he'd be proud of at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, one other, I think, follow-up part of the question you're asking Attorney Sweeney is, even when developers have come to talk to us about the project, I think a little bit of what you were asking about was the marketing of the property from their end when the town is still one owner and then they're the other owner. And there's always that question. We get it every time. Well, wait a minute. Why does the town own this? Why haven't they just bought it yet? It's like, well, we have to explain. There's an option agreement. They can exercise it. And I think something Attorney Sweeney had said to me recently was, just since the last developer kind of walked away from this, they have had trouble getting someone else to sign the dotted line because they knew the option agreement was going to expire in a few months. They weren't ready to commit. So there's been a little bit of lapse in time there. So I think them owning the property outright would make it easier to market it. And secondarily, I might have said this once already, but I can't stress it enough. The fact that this was not a piece of property that the town went out and bought. This wasn't something that was, donated to us for a school. This was something we took via tax foreclosure. And our goal with those tax foreclosure properties are to get them back on the tax roll as quickly as possible. We did take a different process with this. This was the first property that we had done via our new RFP process. Prior to that, they would just put out to sale for an RFP like we were selling a used truck. And
Right.
whoever the highest and best bidder was. In this instance, we were trying to do something a little bit different and more advanced and get a better product and getting some level of commitment. And I think we have that level of commitment.
Okay. And I see other towns as well. Sometimes they just sell their property. They don't go through as many hoops as Groton has trying to get investment. So thank you very much. I'm not going to waste any more time and let some other people speak for now. Thank you.
Councilor Kassiri?
Thank you. So just to clarify, you're looking to purchase town-owned property that is surrounded by property that your client owns, and this would then put that town property onto the tax rolls, correct?
That's correct. We are adjacent to the town property, and the town property will be placed on the tax rolls as soon as it moved into private ownership.
Okay, great. And you stated there's no wetlands on the property, and this is already properly zoned, correct?
Yes, there is, I should correct, there is a tiny little wetland in the northeast, far northeast corner of the site. There's a hotel next door, and that hotel has a drainage pipe that pours water onto the very, very corner of the property, and there's a little depression. There's a tiny, tiny wetland there, but there's no plans to develop anywhere within the vicinity of that tiny drainage wetland. But the rest of the property is devoid of wetlands, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Burt, you were saying that that they would have to go through the process. Are you saying they'd go through the processes again?
No, I'm just saying, no matter what, if they were going to develop it, they have standard things like Planning and Zoning Commission, inland wetlands that they have to go through.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, Mr. Sweeney, you made the comment about EV and the housing shortage, so this is going to end up being housing.
Yes, that's the option agreement that we have with the town right now calls for the development of approximately 300 units. Right, the last iteration had 270, and that was really, we downsized it to make sure there was appropriate amount of open space and buffers to surrounding properties and areas for stormwater retention. Again, initially, we thought it would be about 300. I think it's going to be in the 275. I think that's what the property can sensibly and environmentally support.
Great, so your client is committed to making sure that it would be environmentally friendly in that sense where you downgraded to the 275 units?
We would have to. We are under strict requirements in the new zoning regulations. Our stormwater is strictly regulated on this site, and all of the developments that we've looked at and proposed on this site had very extensive stormwater designs to meet the new standards that the Planning and Zoning Commission has adopted. We are subject to those standards.
Thank you. And Mr. Reiner, what you were just explaining is you're saying that this, by allowing the purchase of this property to Mr. Sweeney's client, will make this more attractive to developers?
Yes, it will take one more step out of the process for something that they would have to do, which would be at some point to close on the sale with the town.
Okay. And are there any other developers or individuals that are fighting Mr. Sweeney's client to purchase this property?
From the town side, no. I mean, we have spoken with a number of clients that want to, or a number of prospective developers that want to buy all the properties combined from Mr. Sweeney's client, and we've talked to them about the land use approval process and inland wetland process, but they want to work with Mr. Sweeney's client because just our parcel by itself isn't as good as all of the properties together combined.
And to echo Mr. Reiner and Mr. Bronk have been extremely helpful in passing along interested parties to us. So we really have worked as a team over the last 2 years to try to get this site done. And we have a good communication process between us trying to vector a new developer partner into the deal. And I think, as I told Mr. Reiner last week, I was in conversations as recently as Friday with somebody who was very interested and said, let us know how it goes Tuesday night. So that's why we're here.
And this, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
This was a developer that was interested in working with your client?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burt, do you see any disadvantage or a con to allowing Mr. Sweeney's client to purchase this property?
I see no issue with it. I mean, they're known to us and reputable, and I think it'd be a good project.
Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt?
Thank you very much. While I was not here back in 2021 when this originally, or maybe not originally came out, but when this was done, I was here last year when you came before us to discuss this same project. I appreciated what you brought then because I thought it made a lot of sense for that area. It made a lot of sense for Groton. I think it's an opportunity for us, and though I don't have all of the background, I read enough last year and going through this now. I think that it's a good thing for Groton. I think it's very positive. I would hate to lose the opportunity to develop a piece of land. And who knows what'll happen if we do lose that opportunity. I think it's very important for the town of Groton that we accept projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just for my education, can you sort of explain what the option agreement is? What does that entail? I don't know what Joe's last name, I just.
Mr. Fateau.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to explain it to you.
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Yeah,
Just
so-
explain what
So
an option
typically,
agreement is.
perhaps when you buy a house, you enter into a contract that you're going to purchase a piece of property on a certain date for a certain price. An option agreement's a little bit different. It's an agreement that gives you the opportunity or the option. It gives you the choice to buy a property at a time, sometime in the future. And so it is, in many ways, a contract that is in the waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Option agreements often have requirements that have to be met. For example, we had to come before you last year with a concept plan. We did that to show you that we had developed it. One of the triggers is we have to get our final land use approval, which we're here tonight to try to dispense with if possible. The idea is we're not actually committed to buying it until we pull the trigger, until we exercise the option. Once we exercise the option agreement turns into a traditional purchase and sale contract for a price given. And all that information is in the contract, in the option agreement. So we want to pull that trigger tonight. We want to pull it, but we need your permission to do so because we don't have that final planning and zoning approval. Back in 2021, we assumed that by this date we would have that in hand. We don't because of the changes in the market, but we want the ability to do so now. So again, we want to pull the option, we want to exercise the option, take advantage that the town made the decision. These are the people that we would want to develop it because they own that adjacent property.
So an option agreement basically makes you like a really super interested person in this thing. It kind of locks it up if that person does a series of steps, but it just says somewhere a year from now, 2 years from now, I might exercise that if I'm able to complete all the things.
Yeah.
I'm the most interested in this, and the other party, the town of Groton in this case, says, okay, we recognize you as being the most interested, and we'll pull back and let you kind of have your space while you figure it out.
Because we spent a lot of money in the last 2 years, and we want some protection for our investment, that we know that we have exclusivity. Reality is we've done everything except for getting the final planning and zoning approval. We want to dispense of that. We want to exercise now, put the property back on the tax roll, and hopefully you know, as we move into 2023, interest rates will stabilize, they'll begin to decrease, material costs are already starting to come down. We're hoping that we're going to be in a much better place in the second half of 2023 to actually build this project than we are right at this moment.
So with an option agreement, you can exercise that at any time. It isn't set on a certain date. It's as soon as if you were able to get all your requirements done.
If we
in a
had had
month,
our approvals last summer, we could have
you would have
exercised it
said,
last
I'm
summer.
ready to go, and you would have had this meeting. You would have come to us and said, we're ready to
We wouldn't even have
exercise.
had to come to this meeting, because after the concept approval that Mr. Westervelt said, we don't need to come back here. We could have just sent Attorney Callahan a message, or Mr. Burt, we are exercising, prepare to close. The only reason we're here is because we don't have that last
We
requirement.
haven't completed the last piece.
Yeah, and we're asking basically for your blessing to allow us to proceed without that last piece done, because we only have 2 weeks left, and we want to try to salvage this project. We think this is still viable.
So and the piece you don't have is the final land use
Final P and Z
approval.
approval. Yes.
So that's planning and zoning approval?
Correct.
So you have all the other approvals?
We have and I think Mr. Reiner went down the list of everything that's been done in terms of the approvals for the sale. We've even gone to the Wetlands Commission, you know, to certify that there are no wetlands except for that little drainage. So we're ready to go. The only thing that's left is the planning and zoning.
Okay. So if you had that, you would just have moved forward. If you don't have
I
it, you're
wouldn't-
waiting
I
for
wouldn't
maybe
even
some
be
extra
here tonight
time
if
or
we
to
had
say,
that, yeah.
let's go with it. So, okay, thank you for the education.
problem.
And I echo Councilor Westervelt's, looks like a good project and a good place in this town to put something like this in. I was out there, I sat in the parking lot right across the street in the gas station a few hours ago, just looking at it and kind of getting a sense of it, so.
Well, I think a lot of the projects I work on are pretty, I try to pride myself at doing environmentally responsible projects. You know, one of the things that towns that are growing need to do is develop and put their resources places where you have your infrastructure already. You know, the issue of sprawl is pushing projects out where there is not the infrastructure to support them. You have a state highway, you have water, you have sewer, you have proper zoning. You don't have a lot of wetlands. This is the property that should be developed in the town of Groton. And so, you know, I think Mr. Westervelt, Councilor Westervelt was right on this. This is where, if you're going to develop, this is where you want it to develop the town.
And the other thing I think that's nice is that just down that road a little bit, you have restaurants, you have shopping, you have grocery stores, you have everything that a community or a building of this size would
And
need.
those people who are moving for EB, those young people who are moving into this community, that's the kind of lifestyle they want. So I think it's a perfect fit.
Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity, so in the agreement, you would need planning and zoning approval before you purchase, and
Correct.
what you're asking for is that to waive the requirement to have planning and zoning approval before you purchase, but after you purchase it, like say we waived it and you purchased it, you obviously still need to get planning and zoning approval.
100%. We can't do anything without planning and zoning approval.
Okay, thank
We
you.
just want to purchase it first.
Okay, thank you. Counselor McBride.
Thank you. I agree, think this is a wonderful project for the town, so I support this moving forward. I do have a couple of questions, though, because I do kind of align with Councilor Franco in that have concerns over looking at it both sides, and I think somewhat letting up some control of the town being involved in the project, I think I have a little bit of concerns over. But with that being said, I have a couple of questions, too. And I'm all for bringing property taxes into the town, but the taxes on this property would be under $1,000 a year, correct? Is it $240,000 exercise price for this property?
That's correct.
So in terms of,
For the vacant lot, yeah, absolutely.
yeah, so in terms of putting on the rolls is important, but putting on the rolls to rush into something for $1,000 or more like $750 isn't something I think's that, much of, it's not a decision maker
It's
for me.
vacant, it's vacant forest land. You're absolutely right, Councilman.
And next question would be the option what was the cost of the original option for 2 years?
My copies.
Or just a rough estimate, is it?
Approximately
Yeah, I think
$16,000?
it was $16,000.
All right, so, because now this council's being asked to provide another year instead of what would be the $8,000 a year for the option. Which I'm not saying I'm opposed to, I just want to make sure we're all comfortable with the numbers.
Well, I think the request is to allow us to buy the property and not extend it. But if you're correct, if you chose not to do that, it would be an extension of the option for at least another year. That was sort of the alternative. Let me just get to that thing. So the application of the, let's see here. So upon exercising the options 10, we paid $16,000.
Okay, thank you. So I guess in thinking through this, I think I would support moving forward with an option because I still think it keeps the town involved in the decision-making and the potential moving forward. And I know Mr. Fatone and his family have been here for a long time, and I actually know your family. My grandfather was John Salucci, who, your father, I guess, came from the same area, I think, in Italy, but anyway, that's a whole other thing. So I support the decision to move forward, but I think it's in the best interest of the town to continue to be involved in this. So I would support that at this time. The other question I have is, with Councilor Bordelon's concern over the direction, are we required to make a vote tonight on this? Because we just need to, you want consensus or direction, we're not voting on, it would be voted on at the meeting next week, correct?
You would recommend it.
Recommend, okay. So I think we can move forward as this agenda states to provide a direction or recommendation to move forward and make the final decision next Tuesday, so.
That's what was explained to us, is that whatever, if you wanted to make a decision, it would likely be next week when you do something.
Okay, so that's where I stand. I'm all for the project, but I think it would be in the best interest of the town to still be involved in this agreement for another year. And, hopefully it works, because I do think it's probably worth much more than $240, because this was back in 2017. So I think that's an important piece of the pie as well, that we want to make sure that it's exercised over the next year, because the value is probably more like $350 or so. So it's in Mr. Fatone's interest to move it forward within the year. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilor Franco?
So what do we need to be able to move forward? It says here on our packet, no action is necessary. Staff needs direction from the town council.
So tonight, you could move one of three ways. You could recommend moving forward with going to the sale of the property, and then at the next week's town council meeting, you would vote on the sale of the property. You could recommend moving forward with extending the option agreement and extend that at your next council meeting next week, or you could do nothing and let the option agreement die.
Right. I sort of get those three options. I'm saying if we give you a consensus tonight, that doesn't get you onto our town council agenda. We have to actually vote on something
Yeah,
tonight.
for a recommendation, yeah. You're not approving your vote, you're voting on a recommendation.
Say that again?
You're voting on a recommendation, and then the approval would be next week.
But we'd have to vote on
Yeah,
a
you'd have to vote
recommendation.
for recommendation, yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, tonight would be, if you wanted to move forward with one of those two options, it would be a vote to recommend moving forward with option, whichever option you want to move forward with, the sale of the property to PJ&A, the extension of the option agreement with PJ&A, and then at next week's council meeting it would be officially voted on.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I will make a motion for the Groton Town Council to allow PJ&A LLC to extend their option agreement for 18 months.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion to extend the option by Councilor Franco, seconded by Councilor McBride. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, it's been discussed here. I mean, I want something to happen here, I absolutely do. So I want to give you the room, and I don't want to, I know a year is sort of tight, like as you were saying, so I went to 18 months, which would give you a little bit extension on that.
If that gets the council to a level of comfort, 18 months, I think, is very reasonable. And if you're, obviously, we would rather buy it outright, but if that's what the council wants to get the support of the council, we would absolutely work with you on that, and that's something we could live with.
Just from what I've heard here tonight, that might be where I can hear some kind of consensus that people might be good with.
There's certainly a value in consensus, so I
Yes.
appreciate that.
So I want to make sure you can get on our agenda next week. So I figure 18 months would be good. And I do worry, in essence, it's a juggling, it's juggling there. Do we hold control of it until the very end when you have all your approvals and we know you're committed. Don't think I don't know that. But you're right there to pull the trigger, and we're protecting our community land. Or do we sell it now, and then if everything falls through, and then you have this property, and then, I have witnessed people sit on properties for a decade or so and then make quite a vast fortune off of them after they bought them sort of at a low rate. So I don't want that, and I'm not trying to insinuate that that's happening here by any means.
Certainly appreciate the positions.
But 18 months, I thought, would give you some room. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Westervelt.
I think I can agree with what Councilor Franco is saying, and Councilor McBride as well. It would provide a measure of safety for the town. And I just want to reiterate that I think this is going to be a great project. Hopefully your approvals come faster than you think, and you're able to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Counselor Kasiri.
Councilor Parker has her hand up, Mr. Mayor, if she wants to go first.
I was just hoping to go as a first-time speaker, so,
Okay, Counselor Parker.
thank you. Just to confirm, we've been doing this back and forth. Our option agreement is dated as of March 15th of 2021. So we've been in the process for couple of years, almost. I believe it started before March of 2021, if I'm remembering correctly. So we are asking the owner, owner of the property right next door, to wait another year and a half, which is almost a 5-year thing, to try to develop a property that they're really interested in developing the property. So we're going to put them on hold only because they're trying to buy a little parcel of land from the town of Groton when he has the majority of the land that he's already purchased. I'm just trying to understand the concern behind all of this when he's already had the option to buy other properties and he's already added to it. He's got almost all the approvals except for the last few bits of the conceptual plan and something else. I apologize if I'm mixing this up, but I'm trying to hear everyone's concern about it. He's already got his ducks in a row and it's been approved. He just needs the other parcel to continue. So we're going to hold this project up for another year and a half. I'm not in agreement in holding him up another year and a half. This is how we lose out on people being able to come in and develop our properties around here. That's my concern, that in a year and a half time, when he's trying to get everything lined up, the rising cost of everything to build is going to be bigger than what it is now. So what are we going to do if we lose out in a year and a half? We're going to have to start the process all over again when we have someone ready and willing and able to do something right now. So I don't agree with waiting another year and a half when we've already done most of the process. I'm okay with moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Kasiri.
Thank you. I was also in favor tonight of moving forward with allowing the purchase. However, I do hear the hesitancy from other counselors, and I am okay with, going with a consensus and compromising a little bit. But just to clarify, Mr. Burt, the town would have still had involvement because they still would have had to go through the planning and zoning process, correct?
Correct, just not the town council involvement.
Okay, thank you. So I will support this. I think PJ and A has demonstrated their commitment to the project. I think they've demonstrated their commitment to an environmentally conscious development, and I think we certainly need more housing here in Groton. And Mr. Sweeney, if you don't think this will hold up your client at all in gaining developers, I would support this tonight.
I don't think it will, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. I mean, I think for me, it's not about who's up or what attorney's representing or what the proposal is or where the land is or what the land is. Mine's about process. And in here, the way it reads, yes, it's like as a couple counselors asked, what's the direction? It says, no action necessary, staff seeks direction. The write-up is kind of, but the two directions or the three directions, do nothing, let it like fall off, or extend this option agreement, or sell it. Those three things could be down here under the set of no action necessary that it says here at the bottom, then it could be those three options. Those are the options. So this was kind of vague to me. So as it was stated, the information needs to be in there. And that's where I think this option agreement should follow the packet, just like we did on River Road where we needed the plans added. It just saves time for the counselor that's up here doing the work and has to review this. I am not for or against it. I'm just looking at process. I do not feel comfortable rushing to give the land and sell it. Not saying that this gentleman's not worthy of the land, but if in fact, after we go through planning and zoning and something else happens and they decide not to develop, if we truly want housing in Groton, we'll have no say over what really goes there once the new person has full ownership, once it's past planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Once it's past planning and zoning, once it's privately owned, no,
Yep.
your
Yep.
ability limits, once it's privately owned, you can develop it as
Correct.
you see fit.
And so if the goal is to make sure that we're seeking to make sure we have a stake in that piece of parcel of land, of having a supposed development of certain, stature or kind, then it would make sense to kind of extend the agreement. And that's where I would be leaning towards, because that to me makes the most sense. Also gives people more time to read up on this a little bit more. But I also encourage that this be an agenda item. It shouldn't be hot button 2 weeks before. I mean, we knew this was going to expire. This should have been before the council 5-6 weeks before, so that we could have worked out all these kinks so it doesn't feel so hot 2 weeks on. I'm not a person that likes to make decisions that close under pressure, so the extension to me makes the most sense. It's not that I'm not against the purchase, but what's coming to mind right now is we would have no say in the end over the property once it's sold, once it's through planning and zoning. So I would just like to see these items. I know you, as the attorney, don't have control over when it's a town. I'm speaking as a sole counselor. They should be up for, we know the date. It's in the option agreement, which was not part of our packet, but it should be up there. So I'm comfortable with the extension of 18 months and allowing for the process to continue and see where it may go. I just don't want to rush to sell the land without having full transparency from the community, because at first read of this agenda item, that doesn't kind of really state that that's really one of the motions that we were going to do tonight, in my opinion. That's the way I read it. So that's where I'm at, and I look forward to seeing where it goes from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can have this back. Thank you for
Counselor
that.
Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that.
So, Mrs. Sweeney, if I was right, or if I understand this correct, if things had gone a little quicker and you had gotten the planning and zoning approval, we wouldn't be having any of this conversation. We would have no control over anything anyways.
We would already have closed with the town.
You'd be already out there putting up, building,
Well,
doing something.
It's been a mild winter, but we would probably
Right.
be starting the mobilization and site clearing probably within the next 30 days.
Right. So the idea that we would have any control over this is we really don't, because it's private ownership and you would have it anyways if things had just gone a little bit quicker
Yeah.
and we wouldn't be involved in this process. So,
Correct.
Are any of so the only thing you have left is planning and zoning. All the other approvals have been
That's correct.
given. Do any of those have expiration dates on it outside of this 18-month window?
No, there is, I say planning and zoning, there's also the state traffic permit. I've mentioned that a couple times. You can only apply for that after you obtain local planning and zoning approval. That's how it works here in the state of Connecticut. But our wetland approval is a jurisdictional approval, so it doesn't run out. The Wetland Commission basically said we have no jurisdiction, so that's not an issue. The other approvals through the statutes don't have timeframes either on them. Planning and zoning approval, once granted, will be good for 5 years, extendable up to 10 years. In certain circumstances, you can extend it further. State traffic permit's good for 2 years, can be extended up to, I think, another 5, so.
So you're already in front of planning and zoning already?
We were in front of planning and zoning last fall before our developer partner backed out in November.
Okay, so it's the development partner backing out is sort of triggered
The delay.
the delay of the planning and
That's
zoning.
exactly the
And
situation.
so do you need the planning development partner before you can get the planning and zoning approval?
We do, because the planning the Fatones are real estate developers and holders, but multifamily development is a fairly specialized game, particularly at this size. So the model has always been to attract somebody who builds these as part of their business model. These companies usually have some level of vertical integration so that they can actually have construction divisions that go out as well. So yes, our vision, the entire business plan of this, or the plan of this project, has had that a multifamily developer partner with PJ&A to make the project work.
And then you present that to planning and zoning. Planning and zoning sees the complete picture. This is what
Yes.
you're going to do. These are the partners, these are the people, and then they feel comfortable and
There's your
give rubber
stamp. Yeah, and then you go to the State Traffic
Then you go
Commission.
straight traffic.
And then you pull your building permits and start laying.
Okay, all right. So with the 18 months, probably.
I think Councilor Franco's, as I call it, her compromise was a
It gives
great
you-
way to address the concerns of Councilor McBride and Councilor Bordelon, and it gives us a little more breathing room.
Little
So
more
I think it's a
breathing
great solution. Sometimes the best solutions are somewhere in between, so I think it works.
But if you ended up finding a development partner next week and you went to planning and zoning, you could be by spring and it could go on.
And I think that goes to Councilor Parker's concern too, is it doesn't mean we're going to close a year and a half from now. If we get all of our permits, if everything falls into place and we have everything in line for fall, we can close in the fall of 2023. As soon as we have those approvals, we can close.
In reality, it's the exact same time frame. If we approved you to buy this today, you're still going to go look for a developer, you're still going to go to planning and zoning, so the time frame's actually,
Yeah.
and you're still going to go to.
And by
the
giving us
traffic.
18 months, it's not hanging over our head. We didn't want to ask for 18 months because we thought that might be too much to ask, but, I think Councilor Franco's suggestion is a good one. It's a great sort of middle of the road. It gives us the ability to market this property, work and get that developer partner, get the approvals, and actually be successful.
So to answer or to support Councilor Parker's ideas, we're not really delaying you at all. Everything's just going to go at the same pace that it was
We've
going to
taken
go.
the gun away from our head, saying that in 2 weeks, you're out of luck.
Right, okay. I mean, initially, my support would be to sell the property, but you have that option agreement anyway, so we really don't have any, you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it.
Correct.
And so I will support the 18 months also.
Thank you, Council.
Council Bordelon?
I think Counselor Castor had her hand up first, but I could be wrong.
No, I saw yours first.
Okay, perfect. I think the 18 months also, we want to make sure we have a good developer here too. So, as the time is running out, it doesn't put the pressure. It gives you guys, obviously if we're doing what's best for Groton, we don't want, as you stated, the gun to your head. You want to be able to vet these people in a timely manner.
100%.
So I think that 18 months gives us that buffer. It will give you, the extra, several months, and then, you can narrow in as you go. I keep hearing, this EB thing. I mean, I will say, yes, they're looking for housing, but some are not choosing to stay in Groton, and that's another question. But the other question of what is a concern is there is a lack of affordable housing here in Groton. And what I'm hearing overwhelmingly is the need for that. And so is there any thought of making any of these units a little bit below market rate so that there's a mixed income? Because the models, like out in California, and one of the things I'd love to see here in Groton is where everyone lives in a complex and you don't know who's making six figures, who's not.
That's the mixed income.
Who's a single mom, who's not.
It's certainly not something that we have in the option agreement. It's certainly something we can talk about with the development partner. I'm doing a lot of mixed income development throughout Connecticut right now. What you're saying, it's invisible to
Right.
the outside, and that's the future of affordable. Generally, that's not something we've talked about with the town because the town is over its 10% threshold as opposed to communities like Stonington and other towns in Waterford. But certainly, anything like that is always up in the.
So it's not off the table anymore?
No, not
Well,
at all.
I just want to state for the record that we are in dire need. We might be at the 10%, but what we don't have is, we keep stressing, we need newer housing stock, like even our single families are getting older. We might be at that 10%, but we do not have quality, low income and affordable housing in this town. Quality is the word. And if you just thumb through the newspaper, you'll see from mold to lack of repairs, people of lower and moderate income deserve a healthy home environment, and we need new stock for our seniors as well as low income. So my hope is maybe down the road, this great option will come forward where some type of mixed use development, again, where everyone lives and works as a community, and nobody knows what income you are. No one can say, oh, you live in this complex, which is considered low income. Oh, that section is high income. When you truly build to the tapestry of the town, you'll have EB, you'll have Pfizer, you'll have single and low income people in there, and it will diversify as a community. Because when you do that, you bring in the help, the community naturally helps each other. So I just want to put that out in the record that we keep stressing EB, but let's look at something that has EB and a little bit of a below market rate affordable housing. So I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Council Kasiri?
It was just a leftover hand, sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. So just to be clear, we are voting on extending the option for 18 months. Council Bordelon?
I just had a point of clarification. Is that something that you guys would be willing to add into this option agreement, that you guys would consider looking at the affordable model?
I don't think that we would agree to commit to it. That's something I think we would start a discussion with our developer partner with.
Right.
I wouldn't want to hamstring
You
us
know.
on that issue.
No,
Just
I-
because the
yeah, I
site
understand.
costs on this site are pretty high. But I appreciate your point.
Yeah. No, I just think it goes back to, rewriting our RFP process and making sure those are the nuggets that are put in there at the beginning end. So that's something I'd love to work on. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we're voting on extending the option for 18 months. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the copy.
I'd like to take a recess, please.
We'll recess and be back at 8:30.
gets over and then he might be able to, but Lowell is back an hour away.
Yeah, let's
So then
move.
you have
Let's
to
get
wait
this
for
on.
someone to
So we
back
drove out,
there.
came back.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're going in.
Who seconded my motion? Do you remember? My motion on the last one, do you remember?
The council is back from recess at 8:35, and we will move on to Colonel Ledger School Property Extension of Option Agreement. Director Reiner.
Good evening. So this, similar to our last agenda item, but in this instance, the preferred developer is only asking for a 6-month option agreement and 6-month extension, sorry, to the option agreement. Yeah, 6-month option agreement. 6-month extension to the option agreement. So just a little bit of background on this property here. We had put this out for RFP. We held a public hearing, the council, back in February of 2021. The RTM approved, then the council approved this. Let's see here, on my dates. The RTM voted to approve the sale. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted on the 824 referral that the sale was consistent with the town's plan of conservation and development. And again, the developer tonight is asking for a 6-month extension to the option agreement. I'll hand it over to Bill, excuse me, to just give an update on where they are in the process with the City of Groton's Inland Wetlands and Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thanks, John. Again, for the record, Bill Sweeney with Tobin Carberry in New London. I represent Bellsite Development LLC and its principal, Bill Belloc, who you may remember. As you recall, Bill is a developer based here in Connecticut who has a certain specialty for redoing small schools. And he's been successful throughout New England in doing these types of projects. He was selected as the RFP winner for the Colonel Ledger School. And in 2021, in March, he executed a 2-year option agreement to purchase or have the ability to exercise the right to purchase the former Colonel Ledger School. We actually were here just about a year ago, a little bit less than a year ago now, for concept approval of that plan. This project would renovate the former Colonel Ledger School and construct additional units in new buildings behind the school, a total of 65 market rate residential units located within the city of Groton. And I think that's important, and I'll explain to why that sort of figures into our request tonight. Subsequent to getting concept approval, which we were required in the option agreement, and I have a copy of that option agreement here as well, we actually went and approached the city. We got a zone change for the underlying land to allow us to do an adaptive reuse of the school. And we also began working with the city's planning and zoning staff on the project. And as you know, there is a separate planner and zoning officer for the city. We went through a number of iterations through last summer with those plans into this fall. We've probably been now through 6 revisions, at least with the city. So while the town may have all been on the same page, when we got to the city, they wanted some changes to the plan. Luckily, the changes are not material. We're still renovating the school. We're still putting up the additional units behind. If anything, our footprint of disturbance has shrunk as a result. We had an all-hands meeting this winter with all of the review staff, so with fire marshal, building official, zoning and wetlands officer for the city. And I'm happy to say we've applied to the Inland Wetlands Commission. We have our meeting a week from tonight. So next Tuesday night, we'll be before the City of Groton Inland Wetlands Commission. Mr. Belloc has our planning and zoning application to the City Planning and Zoning Commission. We expect that we may get approval next Tuesday night. We hope to get approval next Tuesday night. We'll be making submission immediately thereafter to the Planning and Zoning Commission. It is our hope that by the end of this spring, we will have our P&Z approval, and we'll be in a position to actually exercise the option and close on the transaction. We're asking for a 6-month extension. Our option ironically enough, ends on March 15th, 2023. We're asking for an extension to September 15th. We think that's more than sufficient. In fact, I'd like to be closing on this. We'd like to be closing on this in early summer. In June is what we're targeting. But again, in case of an issue, we just wanted a little bit of a cushion. This does not require a state traffic permit. It's a small enough project. So we have no reason to believe that we'll need any additional time. We are at the finish line. The goal line is in sight. We just need a couple extra months to finish our city approvals, just because the city is a different political subdivision. They have their own rules and regulations, and they wanted us to go through their process. And so we're doing that, and we have a good working relationship with the city right now, and we're very excited about the project. We just need a little bit of extra time to finish this deal.
Thank you. So I will make a motion to recommend a resolution to approve the request for a 6-month extension to the option agreement to September 15, 2023. So moved.
Second?
Moved by Melendez.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. Long time no see.
I told you you'd be sick of it.
I just have a quick question. So do you have any approvals in the town that you need, or all your remaining approvals city approvals?
All of them are city approvals. We need the inland wetlands approval, and then, which, like I said, I hope to get next week, and then the planning and zoning approval, and then we'll need building permits and zoning permits from the city officials to actually break ground and start construction. But we would do that after we close. Once we have the planning and zoning approval, we'll close with the town on the property and then move to construction.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. I remember this project really well, and I appreciate the motion on this one stating the 6 months at the option agreement, so I did dig back and go look at the option agreement, so this one was written in a much clearer fashion, so I do appreciate that. And I remember originally looking at this project, and I was a little iffy on it, and then the developer went back, and I follow this. I do live in the city as well, and I did attend the city meeting when you guys, showed the newer footprint. It actually protects the land there a little bit more, keeps more tree coverage, and as you stated, is a less amount of a footprint by the way that you condensed everything. So
It's even smaller than it
Yeah.
was the last time you saw it. so.
yeah, so I follow it, I pull them up
Yeah.
online. So I do appreciate, the work that you've done as a developer, and being really kind and looking at ways to, extend, to be able to access the trail in the back and all the other accommodations with the tree line. I mean, you just really, from start to finish with this project, again, I don't think I was fully 100% on board originally, but by the end, you definitely pulled me down that trail of understanding, and so this is a no-brainer. I mean, the 6-month extension, obviously, because you're working with two municipalities, and it does take time. So I wish you the best of luck, and I'm excited to see things get to move along. And I think this is a fair request, and thanks for all that you're doing and being so patient. And I look forward to seeing the final project. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Councilor McBride?
Just a couple of quick questions for my own benefit. The option cost was how much and its original length?
The option cost on this is different. So there is no option cost on this deal. This was a $1 transaction, so there is no cost on this like the other one. It's $1 and other consideration.
What's the purchase price option at?
$41,000.
Yes, $41,000, thank you.
41,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Any further discussion from the council? Okay. Councilor Bordelon?
So this is going to put this on the tax, so it's owned by the town, but it's in the city side. But this would, once it's up and running, the taxes would be going to the city?
Both.
Or both? It would
To
go
both, is both.
Okay. And is there a certain percent, or how will that breakdown work?
Just the usual village rate, nothing different than any other project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just trying
Property.
to think about
Yeah.
that. All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right, on to collective bargaining agreement update. Before we make a motion, we'll have some background.
Recording stopped.
Oh, are we going to list what we're going into executive session for? John? No, shouldn't we be recording while we're doing that?
I mean, the motion says that it's for collective bargaining, but you can just mention which bargaining unit it is. So. Well, it's paused now anyways, though. So.
Yeah, but we have to vote on it and stuff to go into.
You didn't do the motion yet?
No.
No.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Recording in progress.
All right.
There we go.
I was distracted.
I can share that we're here tonight to give an update on all of the pending negotiations for multiple collective bargaining agreements for the town.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll make a motion. I hereby move that the members of the town council, along with the town manager, John Burt, human resources director, Arnisha Green, and town attorney, Christy Kelly, go into executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 1-202 for the purpose of discussing strategy and/or negotiations with respect to collective bargaining units. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Franco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 8 in favor. We're in executive session.
Hello?
We're just waiting for Patrick to.
We're good.
Go ahead.
Recording in progress.
Council is, yes, council is back from executive session at 10:16. I hereby move that the Town Council Committee of the Whole approve the request for funds necessary to implement the agreement between the town and Groton Employee Administrative and Technical Specialist rates, Local 3539, Council Number 4, AFSCME, AFL-CIO for the period July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. So moved.
Second, Jones?
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Jones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Carries unanimously, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Counselor Parker, seconded by Counselor Franco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned unanimously at 10:17.